delivering food near Dallas through DoorDash.
And this is something you and the family depend on, right?
Exactly.
So when you have a gas price hike like this, that's cutting into your wallet, that's cutting into your own family's well-being.
Exactly. It got to the point where I was like, how much should I actually be doing this at all?
AAA says the national average for gas today, $3.98 a gallon.
Plenty of sunshine today, breezy and hot this afternoon, high 94. That would smash the record of 87 set back in 1991. It would also mean a new all-time March record. The old one, 92, was set on March 24th of 1929. Now, a couple of thunderstorms will move through tonight. They can produce hail and damaging winds before lingering shower late tonight. Breezy, much colder late tonight, though, 41. Tomorrow, breezy and dramatically colder. Clouds and perhaps a shower, followed by some sun. The high only 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
Right now, it is sunny and already 73 degrees at 9:03. I'm Debbie Monterey, KMOX News.
It's opening day. Live from Cardinals Nation Restaurant inside Ballpark Village, it's Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Broadband, and by Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House St. Louis. Now, Chris and Amy are the voice of the Cardinals. KMOX.
On opening day.
Good morning, friends, and happy opening day. By God, we're here. We're doing it. Let's go. Let's go. The home opener is today at Busch Stadium, the Cardinals and the Tampa Bay Rays. Amy and I are we're gonna keep you company for the next couple of hours. Then at 11 o'clock, I've got Tom Ackerman with me, and I promise we're going to have a whole bunch of fun because the Cardinals are about to begin a new baseball season, regardless of the projections and what everybody thinks about the team and all the people picking them to finish dead last.
Forget all that.
What are you talking about? Forget about that. It's baseball time, man.
Well,
we're here. Forget about all of the stuff and let's just enjoy the day.
First of all, this is going to be a fun team to watch. Second of all, I want you to mark the tape.
Okay.
Mark the tape right now.
Don't do the weather thing.
No, it is. This is my prediction for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the degree Fahrenheit it is at first pitch, that's how many wins the Cardinals are going to get this year.
Well, we are supposed to have a high of 93 today, which is an extraordinarily hot opening day. Even for St. Louis standards, this is Well, it's the hottest opening day since 2020, and the only reason why 2020 was so hot is that opening day wasn't until July because of COVID. We should be around 91 degrees at first pitch today.
Hot dog, what a season.
Wow, that's
a season.
If the Cardinals win 91 games, holy monkey.
But you'll know I
said
said
with all that?
Go to the playoffs.
That's right. We're going to have the playoffs.
Cold baseball.
So
we did have...
Because we're not getting cold baseball today.
Ranj was a complainer, and they're taking our picture at Ballpark Village.
Amy,
this is super
stay focused.
fun. Ranj was a complainer about not being able to wear his Cardinals jacket today.
Yeah, my Cardinals
And he was
jacket.
complaining because it was so hot. Well, then we had a texter text in and say, okay, get over yourself. It's going to be 55 for the next game.
Yes, but 55 isn't the opener.
But 55 is jacket weather.
It is jacket weather.
And then the next game on Sunday will be jacket weather.
It is.
And so I think he's right. I think you need to cool off a little bit.
Well,
and be excited about playoff baseball.
We are indoors at Cardinals Nation at Ballpark Village. When you come in here, there's a little station. We have this counter. It's a place that is designated for us. It says KMOX in silver letters above us. There's a KMOX sign next to us. You cannot miss us. We are not here to help you find a table, though. Just so you know, this is not a lot of people come through and they think we are here to help you find a table. So that's not what's going on.
We're not here
today.
to help you find a table. We're here to help you find fun.
We're here to help you find fun.
And they're doing all sorts of fun things right now. Yeah. They're taking our picture while we're holding like these fathead versions of baseball mitts and Cardinals batting helmets. And what does Matt have? He's got a baseball bat.
Yeah, he's got a baseball
bat. So it's very festive because Cardinals Nation is open. People are at the bar. There's someone at the bar with a straw Tommy Bahama sun hat with the winter Fredbird hat on top of the Tommy Bahama hat.
I think they're going to be a little steamy today in that, and they don't know it
but
yet.
They're not steamy in here.
Not in here.
Because
Cardinals
it's climate
Nation,
controlled.
Yeah, come on by. We're going to be here again until 12 o'clock. Well, Amy and I until 11, Tom and I until 12, and there's programming all day here until we get to the Cardinals pregame show, and then 3:15 first pitch today from Busch Stadium. It's the home opener.
Come by, Cardinals Nation. Say hi to us. Don't ask us for a table, and the bathroom, if you're looking at us, is to the left. And Ranj, we have some television numbers.
Oh, no.
Everybody's been asking.
Oh, no.
Where can we watch the Cardinals? Well, first of all, the most important thing is that you listen to the Cardinals on KMOX.
And the Odyssey app. It is free.
App.
You can, as long as you're in the listening area, you can listen to Cardinals baseball on the Odyssey app for free.
Yes. So we've got some numbers. We're not going to go through all of them because there are a lot. But I want to say for the ATT Uverse people, you can watch the Cardinals game on channel 1746.
Okay, there you go. If you're ATT Uverse, if you're Comcast 1261, Comcast Xfinity,
shout out
Charter 362. This is so here we go. Remember we were talking about this yesterday. You can now find at cardinals.com/watch. If you were wondering what number the game is on your cable system, that's it. Go there, cardinals.com/watch, and you can figure it out. But they waited until today. And I believe now I saw the count earlier. It was 14 different teams that were going through this, that they weren't announcing what the broadcasts were going to be until day of. And I think this is going to be a new norm now because they're really Major League Baseball and the teams eventually might become a thing where you have to go streaming in order to get your club. You know, you might have to go streaming in order to find out or to watch your team. And this seems like the beginning of that, where teams and Major League Baseball are wanting you to go directly to them as opposed to using a cable provider or using YouTube TV, which if you have YouTube TV, you know you can't find Cardinals games on YouTube TV, which is crazy.
Point of personal privilege here. All the Direct TV people shout out channel 672, which I think was the old FanDuel channel, or it is the FanDuel channel. Or was 672. So I think some of those didn't change. But yeah, you know what? I think here's the thing. The world can pass us by. I'm okay if I am the remnants of obsolescence because I'm an old soul and I like older people.
Yeah.
The world can pass us by except for Cardinals baseball. You can't take that from us.
What do you mean?
You can't take Cardinals baseball.
Oh.
You can't make it difficult to access Cardinals baseball. I don't want to sign up for 700 streaming avenues.
Well, that's
why I'm at least now, like you said, those channels have been released. People can watch the game. But of course, KMOX, the best call.
Sports has kind of gone this direction, in particular the NFL. The NFL and Major League Baseball are kind of bad at this, where they are forcing people to go to multiple different platforms to consume their product throughout the season. You know, Apple TV is no longer a Major League Baseball thing, but NBC now, which is fine because if you got cable, you got NBC, you can get it over the air too. Netflix, the season opened last night on Netflix.
Yes, I know. And
the Yankees and Giants opened the season on Netflix last night.
I heard some complaints about the Netflix experience.
A strange broadcast.
Yes, it was a weird broadcast. We want to hear from you how you are celebrating opening day. 314-436-7900. We had someone text in yesterday that they took off work. They weren't coming to the game, but they took off work. They're having a ton of people over. They're making hot dogs and bratwurst and food and a big old party.
Yeah, that's great.
I bet they have KMOX on the radio.
Listen, I love one of the things I do love about opening day, and then when you get to playoffs, if you're fortunate enough to be a playoff team, that if your team, you know, if the Cardinals happen to make it and maybe they play a day game in the opening round, I love that idea of people taking off work to catch the game.
Absolutely.
I think it's such a cool thing. And you know what? You could probably go to most bosses, not ours. Our boss would yell at us. But you could go to most
stealing from the company.
Right. You go to most bosses and say, hey, I'm taking off work for the opener.
Yeah.
Or I'm taking off work for the playoffs. And they're going to say, cool, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Hope you have a great time.
Here's what I know. My cousin went to college in a very small town in Florida. Very small town. And when they opened a Walmart, the whole town took off. It was declared a holiday citywide. Now, if they can do that for an opening in Walmart, don't you think we can manage making opening day a region-wide holiday?
I'm going to tell you right now, if I ever live in a town where everybody takes off work because of Walmart opens up, just put me in the loony bin. I don't.
That's so mean.
I mean, good.
You and
enjoy it.
Your big city elitism.
Enjoy it. Yeah, I'm a little elitist about this.
You are elitist.
Do you want to live in a town where the biggest event is the opening of a giant superstore? Is that what you want?
Maybe.
No,
you don't know me at all.
I'm asking you. There's no way that you want that.
314-436-7900. Oh, we have someone is they're texting us right now that they're coming on down from One Cardinal Way. That's just a short hop.
That's
from
right.
One Cardinal Way to come say hi to us, which you can. Shelly stopped by. She took a selfie.
She did.
Selfie with Shelly.
And there's a lot going on at Ballpark Village today. There's a whiskey tasting that's happening at the PBR bar on the first floor.
Now?
Well, they're setting up. They were setting up for it about 20 minutes ago.
What's the
They're
earliest?
They're going to be old fashions and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, my gosh. See, okay, so I usually drink bourbon on the rocks 95% of the time, neat 5% of the time, depending on how good the bourbon is. So when you do that, which I know a lot of our listeners do, heavy drinkers in our listening
during
audience.
the show, usually.
Probably. When you have an old fashioned, it's almost like Kool-Aid. It's so sweet. Like that's my problem is I can go through the old fashions. They might be my favorite drink.
There was a place in I went on my birthday. The place. Remember I told you about the place that was supposed to be the best steakhouse in North America?
Yes.
That I was going to. Asador Bastion is what it's called. It was really good. And I got the old fashioned there. It was easily the best one I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, so great.
What's the earliest, Matt? You can chime in too, but what's the earliest you guys have ever had bourbon whiskey? Because you're a big fan of day drinking. But I'm trying. I don't know that I've had bourbon earlier than the afternoon.
I was in Louisville a few months ago on the Bourbon Trail. I think we started probably 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock with some tours of the distilleries. Yeah.
Now, in those, you know, on the wine tours, you sip and spit?
Oh, no.
You don't spit out the bourbon.
Yeah. You don't drink it because you'll get hammered.
What? I thought that was part of the point.
No, for a wine tasting?
A wine tasting, you spit out the wine.
It out.
Can you really taste it all without
You swish
swallowing?
it. Yeah.
I feel like swallowing's part of the taste, you know? I feel like you got to do the whole thing.
No, not for a wine tasting.
So wait,
you'll get hammered.
How were you on the bourbon tasting then?
not good. They really start tasting good after an hour.
You're just drinking like the bottom shelf whiskey.
Yeah.
This is delicious.
Wow, this is Jack Daniel's.
Sir,
great.
that is isopropyl alcohol.
You are drinking gasoline.
So live at Ballpark Village. So go enjoy the whiskey tasting that's going on at Ballpark Village today. But we are a Cardinals nation. Come by. Grab a bite to eat, have a beverage. It is opening day. Even if you don't have tickets to the game, you can still stop by and see us. We are going to be joined by Bill DeWitt III at 10:15. President of the Cardinals will be on the show. Polo and Benji will be with us at 10:30. We are expecting a conversation with Danny Wexelman, who is the new sideline and studio host for the Cardinals on Cardinals.tv. So we are looking forward to all of that, and we hope that you'll be oh, by the way, Heim Bloom will join the show after 12 o'clock, or excuse me, after the in the 11 o'clock hour. So
I'm sticking around. You guys can't kick me out.
I mean, we could.
I'm hovering.
We could. Don't be weird.
I might be a little weird.
Amy,
what?
We have results, and we have our sloppy 16.
Okay.
The sloppy 16 in our Barch Madness tournament as we try to find the best bar in St. Louis. The tournament rolls on, and we have our sloppy 16. We'll unveil it when we come back on KMOX.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
EasyCater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about EasyCater or start an order at easycater.com.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, St. Louis. This is Ben Barnett with Timberline Tree Care. I'm really excited to announce another reason why we should be taking care of your trees. Timberline is now the only tree care provider anywhere to offer full spectrum tree maintenance programs that are fully guaranteed. Here's how it works. You call Timberline and an ISA certified arborist will meet you at your home. We will develop a plan that includes soil testing and amendment, fertilization, any necessary pesticide applications, and annual inspections by an ISA certified arborist. But here's the best part. Maintenance pruning of your tree is included in this plan. And in the unlikely event that your tree dies while under our care, we will remove it for free. All you have to do is call us and sign up for the plan. We will take care of literally everything from there. There's no obligation, and you can cancel at any time. For tree care that is guaranteed, call Timberline Professional Tree Care at 636-479-7475 or find out more at stltreecare.com.
Glover here for my friends at Cantor Injury Law. Cantor is local, and we're here doing the work every day. We're right here in St. Louis, and we're ready to fight for you. CantorInjuryLaw.com or call 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be solely based on advertisements.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris and Amy on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day.
The best, man. I love Ballpark Village, and we are here getting ready for the home opener. It's the Cardinals and the Tampa Bay Rays to begin the 2026 season. It is the first of 162, and everything goes well, more than that. So, guys, we have it. We have our sloppy 16.
Well, yep, we do.
In the Barch Madness tournament, we have advanced from the round of 32, and as the NCAA tournament is ongoing, and they will begin Sweet 16 round today, we are going with our sloppy 16 starting today. So here are the results from the round of 32. Amy, are you ready? Are you excited?
I'm super excited because I voted.
In the Eberhard Anheuser region, it was the number 1 seed McGurk's defeating Nick's Pub. That was McGurk's is a 1 seed. They beat Nick's Pub. They will now face Seamus McDaniels that defeated Up Down.
That's... Man, every round makes sense that every round gets tougher.
Yeah, it
logically, that's how it should work.
Dukes with a win over Lester's. You know, Lester's, it's out there on Clayton Road.
Great matzo ball soup at Lester's.
Yeah, it's a really good spot. But Dukes and Soulard is the winner. They will now face Helen Fitzgerald in the next round. Helen's beat Maggie O'Brien's downtown, right across the street from Energizer Park. Now,
that was a pretty close. It was close, although Helen Fitzgerald pulled away at the end.
So here we are now in the Adolphus Busch region. It was Fast Eddie's in Alton, the winner. The 1 seed beats Big Daddy's in Soulard. So Fast Eddie's has moved on to the next round. I've been to Big Daddy's. I have friends that worked there a long time ago. Got a friend that works there now.
I've never been to Big Daddy's, but I feel like everyone I know goes there frequently.
Yeah, and you know what? I've been to Fast Eddie's once, and it was fun. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. I've only been to Fast Eddie's once. I was talking to a friend actually yesterday who they had some fancy schmancy work conference. I don't know if they were like CEOs or doctors. I don't know what it was. It was something kind of fancy.
And they went to Fast Eddie's?
They went to Fast Eddie's and then Double D's.
Double D's.
Yes. It used to be in Brentwood.
Oh,
it was like the Double D's
karaoke
place. Yeah.
Oh, so they went to Fast Eddie's and came all the way back?
That's right.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, because they spent their time at Fast Eddie's and then on the way back said, we should swing by Double D's.
Well, how about that?
How fun is that?
So Fast Eddie's, the 1 seed, is now moving on to face Humphreys. Humphreys at the SLU campus defeated Jack Nolan's in Soulard.
That's a tough one because Humphreys is riding the Josh Schertz Billikens basketball high.
Yeah.
And I mean, so this is kind of like 2 1 seeds going up against each other when you think about it.
That's right. Humphreys with 61% of the vote in that matchup. So, look, both bars, really, really good bars. And then we had our Italian bars going head-to-head. Milo's on the hill defeats Filoni's. Filoni's, which is technically in Dogtown. Filoni's on Manchester Road. Milo's Bocce Garden has moved on to the next round, and Milo's will take on Patios. Patios, which beat the Midwestern. Both of those ballpark bars, basically. Patios is on the south side of Busch Stadium. You've got the Midwestern on the western side of Busch Stadium, and Patios advances in the Adolphus Busch region to face Milo's.
This is why people have to vote, because people are going to be livid no matter who wins and who loses. Because, I mean, you have titans of the industry going up against each other in our Barch Madness.
That is exactly right. And as we move on to the William J. Lemp region, we have the number 1 seed Amsterdam Tavern defeating Molly's, the 9 seed. Molly's in Soulard falls to Amsterdam, which, by the way, is Amsterdam is a great, great soccer bar right there in Tower Grove.
Yep.
I've had a lot of fun there before. I've seen a city game there, but I've never gone for like EPL.
So
English Premier League.
I went for the World Cup when the Netherlands were in the final. That was insane because they had hundreds and hundreds of people outside even and tents set up and everybody was wearing orange. And then there was one game, and gosh, this might have been, when was there a World Cup in 2010? It was a while ago. But the U.S. men's team actually was making a run. Yeah. And I was there for that game when the U.S. men's national team won. The place went nuts. Amsterdam is that was one of our closer races.
And they have events where they close off the street.
Yeah.
The Morgan Ford. It's really cool. So Amsterdam advances, and they will face Venice Cafe, who defeated Flight Club in Clayton. So Venice, which is in Benton Park, moves on. It's Amsterdam versus Venice. A couple of European spots. All right. Tam Avenue.
Yes.
They defeated the Gramophone. Tam is moving on. And Tam Avenue Bar in Dogtown faces Sportsman's Park, which is a really good place. Sportsman's Park beat 360 Rooftop Bar downtown here in St. Louis.
And I just want to remind everyone, if you're listening to this and maybe you're like ready to drive off the highway because you're livid, or maybe you're excited and you're wondering how in the world did people vote on this, it's at Chris Amy KMOX.
That's right.
You have to go to at Chris Amy KMOX to vote. So if you missed the round of 32, that is a shame.
Yeah.
However, it's not too late to join in on the round of 16.
The round of 16, it's called the Sloppy 16, and we continue. We're trying to get to the inebriate.
And the inebriate is pretty darn good. That is impressive.
Okay, so
the Sloppy 16 is a bit upsetting, not going to lie.
I think
it's stupid and upsetting.
Catchy about it.
And Barch Madness in general is upsetting, but the inebriate, I think that is the redemption round for our stupid naming system.
In the Anton Griesedick region, it is Obie Clark's, the number 1 seed, advancing past Golden Hoosier. They will now face Village Bar, which defeated Village Bar defeated Westport Social. So,
and I voted for Village Bar. I'm partial to that one.
Yeah,
I think my dad went there like years ago. His soccer team, like before I was born.
At Village Bar?
Yes, yeah. It's like generations go to Village Bar.
It's Dee's Place in Soulard defeating the Royale. The Royale on Kings Highway, both really good spots. I enjoy them both. Dee's Place has advanced. They will now take on Broadway Oyster Bar, who defeated Pat Connolly's. Broadway Oyster Bar and Dee's Place now go head-to-head in the Sloppy 16.
I love Pat Connolly's. I love that place.
Dude, I've never been in there, but it was like it's a sort of a legacy blues bar, right?
It is. It's an institution. But I will say this about Broadway Oyster Bar. I'm so glad one of the bars that has music all the time was able to advance. You don't want to take that for granted.
No, you definitely not. So I think this has been a pretty good tournament. So
the Sloppy 16 is in.
Yeah, the Sloppy 16 is in. You can vote. You have to go to our Twitter account. You have to follow us, and then you have to vote at Chris Amy KMOX.
And I just want to shout out to a listener. Hey, Chris and Amy, got great news today. I was originally painting an ultimate Frisbee field at 3 p.m., so it got moved, and I will now have the game on at work.
On KMOX, of course, they say.
That's right.
That's exactly what you want to do.
This guy gets it. He
Fantastic.
or she gets it.
I'll tell you who else gets it. Vicky Bryant.
She does.
She gets food.
I'm so distracted right now because
Vicky Bryant is the Vice President of Event Services and Merchandising at the ballpark, and there is new food menu items that we get to try, and we're doing that next on KMOX.
It's time for a $98 AC tune-up.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you got to call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
Currently, it is 76 degrees and beautiful. I'm looking out through the windows of Cardinals Nation into Busch Stadium. Guys, it is gorgeous. It's going to be a warm one today, a high of 94. Later tonight, maybe after the sun goes down, some thunderstorms could roll in, a low of 41.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Okay, I have some really good news. While we do have the 0% a lot, we do have it on our regular products because you will be unbelievably shocked, especially if you call me and I'll give you the straight up scoop on how much money you can actually save by if you spent $20,000 versus $10,000 on a system. The difference could be as little as, I don't know, let's just say, not to exaggerate, 5 cents. So be careful out there, and always remember your energy savings is based on your house. It is not based on the equipment. So common sense advice and help and guidance. Again, call me, Bart Inman, one easy number, Missouri and Illinois. The easiest, 314-293-2600. Again, one easy number, Missouri and Illinois, 314-293-2600. Or on the internet, that is bartinman.com. That is Bart with a B, Inman with an I.com. God bless.
Debuting Tuesday, March 31st, it's All Access with Cardinals manager Ollie Marmol. Get inside your Redbirds in the 2026 season every Tuesday at noon on your voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
At Ballpark Village, Cardinals Nation to be exact, for opening day. The Cardinals and Rays play today on KMOX. We take you all the way to the pregame show and then the first pitch today at 3:15. We are sitting here at Cardinals Nation with food in front of us. And yes, Cardinals Nation does have good food, so if you want to come by and grab some, great. However, there are new food menu items at Busch Stadium, and a few of them are in front of us. And the person who brought them over was kind enough to do so is Vicky Bryant, who is the Vice President of Event Services and Merchandising. Vicky, hello. Thank you. How are you doing?
Good morning. Happy opening day.
Well, I got
happy opening day to you. And thank you for the delightful treats that you have brought in front of us. I just took a picture because we need to post it.
Before we destroy it?
Because it's so beautiful.
Vicky, tell us what we have here.
What is this? I know one's deep fried because it's on a stick.
First of all, I'd like to tell you about Shaq's Big Chicken. This is a Nashville hot chicken and waffle sandwich with Shaq's special sauce and a pickle on there. It is made fresh for you. It is delicious.
So it is a chicken sandwich. It is exactly how she described it. It is a chicken sandwich with 2 waffles as the buns.
Unbelievable. It looks so good. The old chicken and waffles. Delicious. And then can you tell us about the hot dog burnt ends? Because I
identified those right away.
It looks so good.
Yes, it does.
I have to tell you, when the first time that Chef gave me this as a concept and wanted me to review it and prove it, I was kind of skeptical.
Okay.
And he said, just wait and try it. I took one bite and I said, approved.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It is delicious. So it's hot dog. It is a hot dog cut up, and we smoke it, sauce it, smoke it some more. And so just like burnt ends that you get in a restaurant, except this is a hot dog burnt end, and it's served with a side of potato salad.
And the thing about these burnt ends is they will not run out, because if you've ever been to any barbecue place, they always run out of the burnt ends first. And that's what I said to you. You put them down in front of us, and I said, those have to be the hot dog burnt ends, because that's what that looks like.
I'm glad they look like what they're supposed to be.
It looks, I thought that's one of the best things I've ever seen.
It's delicious.
It looks so good. And who doesn't love the combo of barbecue and potato salad? But also in front of me is this giant deep fried, and I think I know what it is. Is this the deep fried gooey butter cake?
It is.
Oh my gosh, it's
This
huge.
is a party in your mouth right here. This is the way you want to end your day at the ballpark. It is gooey butter cake.
Okay.
And it is dipped in funnel cake batter and
Oh
deep
my gosh.
fried.
So that was the question that we had the other day with the deep fried gooey butter cake. What would the batter be? So it's funnel cake batter. And then it crisscrossed with like icing and chocolate.
Exactly. And it's on a stick, and you can share it or you don't have to.
Have you seen someone
If
devour
you don't
the whole
share
thing
that,
by themselves?
it better be an eating contest.
We had a guy in the office who, was up to the task, and he did it. And
How's he doing?
He's doing great,
Okay.
and he's back at work today.
He's like, wait, how many?
Was
So
this
did he
like
do
your
it
test
yesterday or did he do it Tuesday? Has he been out the whole time?
He missed a couple days.
Okay.
He missed a couple of days.
My Lord.
That is.
It looks fantastic, but it does not look like something that you would eat by yourself all at once.
It is a nice size portion.
Yeah.
And, if you're looking for the location of any of these, go to the Ballpark app. There's the fan food guide, and it has the location of all of these, plus anything else food and beverage wise that you want in the stadium.
Vicky Bryant handles all the food at at the ballpark. And, I have been paying a lot of attention to ballpark food over the years because it has gotten so much better. It used to be, and you can get the traditional. You want hot dogs, nachos.
Which I love.
That's great. And that's the traditional way to do it. But the food offerings at Busch Stadium in particular have gotten so good over the last 10 years or so.
It's one of the most fun parts of my job, looking at new food concept. And we also have a stand called Made in the Lou that we're opening up this year in section 146. So each month it'll feature a different food vendor or restaurant here in St. Louis. So the first one in April is Kanoa's Hawaiian Grill.
Oh, wow.
And it's they've got some a nice selection of great items, one of which is an item made with Spam.
Do you know who just fell in love with Spam? Our producer, Matt.
Our producer, Matt, over here just had some Spam for the first time the other
I just discovered Spam. I knew about it, but I tried it for the first time 2 days ago. It's better than what people say it is. It's great, I thought. I put it with eggs and grilled cheese. It's great.
I was also skeptical about this item, and when I tried it, I was very beyond pleasantly surprised. I said, this is not Spam. This is not the Spam I grew up on.
So what is the process like coming up with new items? You said you had a chef who gave you the burnt ends idea, and you approved it right away. Is that how it works? You have a collection of chefs who come up with things, and then you get to decide what's on and what's not?
Delaware North has a great culinary team. People don't realize that we have, about 5 full-time, certified culinarians on staff. And, we'll start, tomorrow. If one of us sees something or tastes something in a restaurant or someplace, and hey, this is a really great item. We'll keep that in the back of our minds. It's trying things all through the year. Hey, try this. What do you think about that? And then we work together, and, I should take zero credit because they're really the ones who are coming up with the ideas, and, and to be able to serve it consistently to the volume of people that they do is really a credit to them. And it's not an easy task.
So Vicky, how long have you been working with the Cardinals?
I have been here for 45 years.
45 years. And I want to get to you. This is a family business for you, but you've been here 45 years. So you must have had some bad ideas come across your plate.
And I personally had some bad ideas.
What are some of the ones that you've said absolutely not?
Oh, gosh. I don't know that I can come up with ones. I try not to remember those, but, not everything works.
Yes.
And, we just try and come up with things that we think people will really like. And, I think we've had pretty much success.
Was there ever something that you were positive was going to work, and you still to this day cannot believe it didn't because it was so good?
We've had a couple hot dogs over the year that we fixed in different ways that were like, nah, that wasn't that wasn't a home run.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is bound to happen. But I will say this, speaking of a home run, you've got a beautiful World Series ring on from 2006. Is your necklace a World Series ring too?
That's the ring top from 2004 National League Championship.
Awesome. Because like you said, you've been working with the Cardinals for 45 years. So, but you were technically with the Cardinals before that with your mom?
Yes. My mom was a nurse in the old ballpark. She was pregnant with me when she started. We were at Sportsman's Park, and I grew up. It was a time where you could bring your kid to work. And so I came to almost every game growing up. Been blessed to meet so many great people, players. And when it was time to get a job, I started working as a tour guide. It was my first job in the stadium.
And
it's awesome.
Did you have any idea this is what you would end up doing 40-something years later?
No. When I graduated, I'm a St. Louis University Billiken, and when I worked all through high school and college, and when I graduated, the president at the time said, promise me you won't take another job until I find you a position. And I said, okay. Yeah. And my first job, $18,000 a year. I thought I had hit the lottery.
Yeah. But it seems like You have hit the lottery with this job that you have now, and all of the fun offerings, because year after year, the St. Louis Cardinals do it so well, whether it's the food and the offerings at the stadium or their giveaways, which are such a high quality, like the gate giveaways.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, some of the jerseys, the hats, the other items, these are items that you would pay a lot of money for at the team store. I mean, the quality of everything that the Cardinals do, from the hot dogs to, like we said, the gate giveaways to the theme nights, is something that we don't want to take for granted.
Well, thank you. We've got a great staff. Megan Everhart, who does all of our promotions, is
She's
fantastic. Awesome. And, she is always coming up with something new and different. And, it has leaps and bounds different from what it used to be, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And, as you said, the quality is there, and, people love it, and that's why they keep coming back.
I will say this. I've pitched this idea, and Megan's on board, so I'm going to get Vicky on board.
Okay.
I'm trying to get it to the higher ups.
I don't know what this is.
The higher ups in the Cardinals organization.
I'm kind of scared now.
Yeah.
You're going to love it. I love QVC. I love the Home Shopping Network, the show like In the Kitchen with David. Now, I think we should do a version of that for the Cardinals. You know how when there's a rain delay, you have rain delay theater and you play whatever on TV while you're waiting for the game to start. We could do home shopping, but it's featuring the Cardinals giveaways and theme nights and food items. I'll be the QVC host.
I think you do a spectacular job at it.
Yes, Vicky's on board.
Are you going to pay her?
You don't even have to pay me.
Well, now
I'll pay you $10 to let me do it.
So you get your selection of the items.
Yes, I mean, this is I'll tell you what. Oh no, it's raining. What's this? It's Amy and QVC. And look at all the theme items the Cardinals have, and look at that deep fried gooey butter cake. I think it's a winner. I will literally pay the Cardinals $10, $50 to let me do this.
Wow. We might make our budget.
You can put it towards the outfield. I don't know.
Amy put the Cardinals over the top.
That's it.
Way to go.
You're a giver.
There's no salary cap. I can give this money. There's no salary cap.
Vicky Bryant, the food offerings, if you have the you have to have the MLB ballpark app to get into the ballpark.
Exactly.
For the most part. So that's where all of the food items are. If you, whatever it is you're looking for, you can find it there.
That's right. In the fan food guide.
The fan food guide on the ballpark app. Man, this stuff looks great.
Yep.
I'm going to end this so that we can eat some of it.
Uh-huh.
So that's the only reason we're going to stop talking to you.
This is not a judgment nor offense here.
Perfect. Vicky Bryant, Vice President of Event Services and Merchandising with the Cardinals. Thanks for coming by. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. Have a great opening day. It's my favorite day of the year.
Happy opening day. It is the Chris and Amy Show from Ballpark Village. We're at Cardinals Nation. Come stop by and see us. This is KMOX.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Calling all runners. Register now for the Cardinals 5K on Saturday, April 18th. And you can take a victory lap on the field at Busch Stadium. Don't miss this chance to bring the whole family for a fun St. Louis 5K race that brings fans together to support kids in the community. The Cardinals 5K, Saturday, April 18th. Register now at cardinals.com/5K. And for more information, just head to KMOX.com/events.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Stop compromising and start saving with Seidenstricker Nobe Partners. Right now, get 0% financing for 84 months or $6,000 cash off a new John Deere 5E tractor, and we'll deliver it to you for free. Real work demands real equipment. All grid, that's the 5E. Visit snpartners.com or one of our Missouri or Illinois John Deere locations. Seidenstricker Nobe, your partner for the land.
Offer valid through 4/30/2026. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain had started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Prop Band, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris and Amy on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
We are actually at the Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village.
Yeah, and we're easy to spot now.
Because we got a bunch of food in front of us.
Vicky Bryant brought over a ton of food. I think the first thing you'll spot is the deep fried gooey butter cake, which is dipped in a funnel cake batter.
I can't. It's this stuff is so good looking. I've had a chance to eat the hot dog burgers.
That would probably be the first thing that I would dive into.
It's
although the chicken and waffle sandwich
looking really good.
Yeah, this is pretty nice.
So some new offerings at Busch Stadium, and we are very excited.
We're at Cardinals Nation, and down the stairs,
Y98
just came down.
The Brett Mega Show, acting like they own the place.
No kidding.
Look at them.
This place.
Look at them. Just
waltzing around like they own Cardinals Nation. Y98.
Look at Odyssey St. Louis.
Can you believe them? Hey, but for real, at the Cardinals Nation opened at 9 this morning.
It did.
So the place is filling up, which is fun to see. I think the lady who had the straw hat, the Cardinal straw hat with the winter Fredbird head hat on top of it, I think they downed a few drinks and they're out and about. They're painting the town right now.
I think there's no question about that. So also, if you have been wondering where in the world do I watch my Cardinals today?
That's right.
Cardinals.com/watch. That's where you go if you've got cable and you're looking to see if it's on your providers. It'll tell you what number it's on. So I know people are freaking out, but Cardinals.tv, you can get it there. There is a subscription package. However, just listen to the games for free.
Why would you not listen? Well, and we've got a whole lineup today with our show and then leading into the Gas House Gang, which technically I'm not on air for the Gas House Gang.
Correct.
But I'm going to be creepy and linger because you guys are chatting with Heim Bloom.
We are going to talk to Heim Bloom today. So let me tell you exactly what's happening. Okay. So on our show, Bill DeWitt III will join us at 10:15. We've got Polo, Asencio, and Benji Molina. They will be with us at 10:30. We are hoping Danny Wexelman stops by about 10:45. And then for the show with Tom Ackerman from 11 until 12, Heim Bloom at 11:15, and we will have John Rooney and Ricky Horton at 11:30. So this is how we are starting opening day. We're starting the Cardinals season just like this.
You know what I love? One of the things that I do that when I say it out loud sounds super creepy, but like going for a run or a walk at night when the sun's going down and you can see in people's houses, which again sounds creepy, but you can. And what I love is it's so St. Louis. You're running around the neighborhoods and you see that green glow of the baseball field in so many family rooms and living rooms. Everyone's watching the Cardinal game. Well, this morning I stopped by Starbucks, got a little caffeine, and there were a couple of guys sitting in the Starbucks. And the first thing I hear one guy say is, well, the game starts at 3 p.m. The game doesn't start till 3 p.m. He goes, man, pregame has started already. He goes, oh, man, I know. He's like, everybody's talking baseball today. They were talking about the game. And then they started talking about concrete. I think they're getting a driveway done.
Okay, well.
But everybody's talking about Cardinals baseball. Today is Christmas Day for sports.
I love it. 3:15 is the first pitch today. Yes, we will have the game here, pregame show before that, and we are leading the broadcast all the way up until then. I know some people are put off by the fact it is the Rays who are in town. You kind of want one of the division teams to come in to start the season. I don't mind it. I think look, when you've got an opening series, people are going to be interested no matter what. It doesn't matter who they're playing. Yeah, it'd be cool to play the Cubs today, or it'd be cool to play the Reds or Pirates or something like that.
I didn't know anybody was put off.
Yeah, because usually want a division opponent just to get things going. And
but
I'm perfectly fine with this. The Rays playing today is okay. In fact, I think I'd rather play the Rays now than at some other point in the season, because there's interest. It's opening weekend. You know?
I mean, they could be playing, St. Mary Margaret's, and I would be interested.
Well, that's because you don't know what the hell's going on.
Well, I know what's going on, but it's opening day. I just don't want to poo-poo opening day.
Well, who's doing that?
You said people are put off.
Yes, I think some people do not like the fact they open. I know they don't like the fact they open against Tampa Bay, because there's no attachment. There's no emotional attachment whatsoever with the Rays. It's like an other team. Like, who is that? It's not like the Reds where there's a history, or the Cubs or the Pirates, or a team that they play all the time.
Well, here's the thing. I'm excited, and the temperature is going up. I'm checking. It's 77 now.
Yeah.
And my prediction is the Cardinals will have the amount of winds that it is degrees Fahrenheit today at the time of the start of first pitch. Start of the game, first pitch.
Okay. We'll see. It's supposed to be 91 at first pitch today, or around 91 degrees.
That's
see if
heck of a season.
Amy is correct. We have hour 2 of 2 for the Chris and Amy show today coming up. Yes, don't forget that we will be talking to Bill DeWitt III at 10:15, Polo and Benji at 10:30. Maybe Danny Wexelman for Cardinals TV. She'll be with us as well. It's Chris and Amy show on KMOX live from Ballpark Village.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Apple fans will have to wait a little longer for the company's new smart home display, which was initially scheduled for its debut this spring, but has been postponed until Apple's finished upgrading its Siri voice assistant in a partnership with Google. Bloomberg says the smart home display will likely launch in September with the iPhone 18 lineup. The smart home display is about the size of an iPad and can be attached to a wall or to a speaker base. I'm Jason Brooks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
When it comes to planning your retirement, there's a lot to think about. Portfolio management, tax planning, and retirement income just to get started. Steve All and his team at the All Financial Group focus on those things and more. Their goal is to help you achieve your goals. Call 636-230-8824 or online, yourmoneymattersstl.com.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Steve All, NPN number 153-07419.
For 100 years, KMOX has been a part of St. Louis. Now, those moments live on, preserved, remastered, and ready to be heard again. Discover KMOX from the Archives, a podcast featuring classic audio from a century of service.
Sponsored by Overhead Door Company of St. Louis, the genuine, the original.
The KMOX from the Archives podcast, available now at KMOX100.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Italian subs for your finance team in Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Guys, it is the best time of year for college basketball, and my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of KMOX, mine as well, are doing some really cool things. If you haven't signed up for FanDuel yet, you've been waiting, or you just haven't gotten around to it, or maybe you just got knocked out of your tournament bracket and you're looking for some more fun. Well, right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 days if your bet loses. So here's how it works, and it's really simple. You place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. And you can even mix things up too if you want to. Go for some same game parlays if you want a shot at a bigger payout. All you need to do to play more, all you need to do to play all the way through the championship game is go to FanDuel.com/Missouri to sign up. Just remember, you have to be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions do apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The trusted voice of St. Louis. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 10 o'clock and we have sunshine. It's already 77 degrees. I'm Debbie Monterey. We will head back to the ballpark in just a moment with Chris and Amy. Early Gas House Gang at 11 with Tom Ackerman and Chris Ranji. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler at the ballpark at noon. Pregame starts at 1:30. The first pitch, 3:15 this afternoon. Remember to prepare for extremely hot weather. There's always something new on opening day at Busch Stadium, especially when it comes to food offerings. Vicky Bryant is the Cardinals VP of Event Services and brought Chris and Amy the new Shaq's Big Chicken. That's Nashville hot chicken with a double waffle bun. And then there's the hot dog burnt ends.
I have to tell you, when the first time that Chef gave me this as a concept and wanted me to review it and prove it, I was kind of skeptical.
Okay.
And he said, just wait and try it. I took one bite and I said, approved.
And don't forget about the fried gooey butter cake on a stick. Uncertainty persists with what's going on with Iran. The United States says talks are going on. Iran says there are no talks. At the same time, CBS's Chris Livesay in Dubai says there are reports the U.S. may be preparing what is described as the final blow intended to end the war, with a focus on fully opening the Strait of Hormuz unless Iran does so by the Friday deadline. Livesay also tells us Gulf states not at war with Iran are taking casualties.
In nearby Abu Dhabi here in the United Arab Emirates, earlier today, 2 people were killed by falling debris from an intercepted Iranian missile. 3 more were injured. Just a reminder that the Gulf states are on the front line of this conflict.
Thousands more U.S. troops are nearing the region. The Iran war is unleashing a toxic mix of chemicals, chemicals, heavy metals, and other pollutants that threaten everything from agriculture to drinking water to people's health. Experts say it's leaving behind environmental damage and health risks that could persist for decades. The Today Show's Savannah Guthrie talks to her colleagues about her mother's kidnapping from her home in Tucson.
New information from the Today Show's Savannah Guthrie on her mother's kidnapping.
And somebody thought, oh, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
The Guthries are still offering a $1 million reward for information leading to their mother's return. 2 landmark jury verdicts against social media companies have arrived in a long line of lawsuits alleging harm to children who use platforms including Instagram and YouTube. Penalties in excess of $380 million assigned by juries in California and New Mexico in cases that hold uncertain implications for both Meta and YouTube. From the KMOX business desk, Fenton-based Panera has closed another bakery facility, this time in Jessup, Maryland, as it continues phasing out its fresh dough facilities and shifting instead to par-baked bread shipped to stores around the country half-baked. Panera announced last spring they're planning to close all of the fresh dough facilities as part of a turnaround plan. The chain sales have been mostly flat over the past 10 years, but fell more than 5% last year.
Mostly sunny, breezy, and hot this afternoon. High 94, breaking the record of 87 from 1991. That will also mean a new all-time March record. The old was 92, set on March 24th, 1929. Becoming mostly cloudy tonight, there'll be a couple of thunderstorms later on that can produce hail and damaging winds before that tapers to a late-night shower. It'll become breezy and turn much colder late with a low of 40. Tomorrow, a shower early, mainly near and southeast of the city. Otherwise, breezy and dramatically colder as clouds give way to some sun, the high just 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
It's sunny and 77 degrees. I'm Debbie Monterey, KMOX News.
It's opening day. Live from Cardinals Nation Restaurant inside Ballpark Village, it's Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Broadband, and by Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House St. Louis. Now, Chris and Amy on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day.
That's right. It is opening day. We are live at Cardinals Nation. People filing in as we get ready for the St. Louis Cardinals to kick off their season. And joining us now, a couple of representatives from MODOT. We have Tom Evers, MODOT Assistant District Engineer, and JC Murray. He's the race chief for the MODOT SDL Work Zone Awareness 5K. And this is an interview that I can't tell if I have been super excited to do or super nervous that it's going to be very, very awkward because Ranj has been on a 6-month campaign to be able to ride in one of the MODOT trucks.
Yeah, Tom, I want to ride in one of the MODOT trucks while you're plowing and salting.
Well, I don't think we're going to be plowing or salting anytime soon. It's going to be 92 to get today.
Well, we tried to do it in the winter, and they rebuffed. We were rebuffed.
Well, you were rebuffed because it wasn't that you just wanted to ride in the trucks. You wanted to drive, which would require you to sit on the lap of the driver, which seems unsafe.
Yeah, I think that violates some safety protocols.
Well, we'll talk about it.
We're going to get to that. All right. We need to get him in a truck. But Tom, thank you so much for joining us. And you've joined us, for a while now on every opening day. And I know people driving around might be going through a construction zone now. What do you want our listeners to know?
I mean, obviously, we have a lot of work going on in the St. Louis area, which is fantastic in terms of trying to get some improvements on the roads, not just resurfacing, but new bridges, new improvements, safety improvements along our roadways and highways. But we have a lot of it. So we have over 100 projects that are scheduled to be going on at some different points throughout the year in 2026, over $900 million worth of improvements. So it's a lot of work. But we just need people to be safe through the work zones. I mean, we have a lot of people working on contractors working, and we just want everyone to go home safe at the end of the day.
Yeah.
We had 23 fatalities in work zones in 2025 in the state of Missouri. That's way too many.
What is the number typically? Is that higher than normal?
From year to year, it kind of varies, but it kind of hovers in that range of 20 to 30, and just the number of crashes alone, it's over 1,000 per year. Over the last 5 years, I think we've had over 5,000 crashes in our work zone. So it's just we're just really concerned about how how people drive, but we also want to make sure that we plan accordingly and we notify people. So we send out press releases and you all get the word out to people. They just need to slow down and pay attention.
Well, and that's something that I imagine in some ways, you've got the word out, the awareness, you're spreading the awareness, but also in some ways it could have gotten worse. JC, you're a runner, I'm a runner. And one thing I've noticed is since the advent of smartphones and we've got way more distracted driving, is that something I could imagine has to make it more dangerous being in work zones, because now you're not just dealing with impatient people or people trying to speed, but they may be looking down at their phones.
Yeah, I mean, we also tell people we have a big buckle up, phone down campaign that has been going on for many, many years, probably over a decade now. And we really try to get that out to especially high school students. So newer drivers, younger drivers, really encourage them and almost make them pledge to, when you're in the car, buckle up every time, put your phone down. You can go hands-free and we've got Bluetooth and all these other things where you don't have to be looking and texting and typing on your phone.
You know what? Actually, Ranj is a huge proponent, as we all should be, for bringing back driver's ed to the state of Missouri.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yes.
Maybe MODOT can get in with that, too, and you guys can have all of that information in the curriculum from driver's ed, because it's wild that we don't have driver's ed here.
I think the only people who are trained to drive are the MODOT drivers. The only people in the entire state who had driving training is those folks.
I know. I mean, there needs to be more education, but just more, just more attention to. You're driving a vehicle, you have a lot of responsibility, no matter what kind of vehicle it is.
And also, lastly, it's been news the last few weeks that the speed limit is going to increase around the state, or there's the proposal that happens. What's the challenge to that if the speed limit in rural areas does go up to 75?
I don't know where that kind of falls in terms of where it's at through the legislative process, but whatever that comes, I mean, we're going to have to deal with. With the ramification of that. So, we'll just have to adjust accordingly. But again, we can do what we can do to engineer the road, but in terms of enforcement and adherence to the rules, that's on other people's responsibilities.
Well, talk about bringing up awareness for kids. JC, you are running, literally running, but also you're the race chief for the MODOT STL Work Zone Awareness 5K and 1 mile fun run. And this is a great event for the family. And you can explain, what MODOT has available for maybe the kids to check out, because one of my friend's kids loves all things construction, right? So a little toddler loves going through work zones, loves seeing all the equipment, and for Halloween was a pylon, was an orange cone, which is adorable that this little guy was an orange cone. So what makes the STL Work Zone Awareness 5K such a fun event for the family? It's April 25th, by the way, in case you were wondering.
April 25th at 8 a.m. at the MODOT Traffic Management Center, so 141 and Highway 64. So it's always a great event to kind of continue on what Tom was saying. It's all about raising awareness for letting people take it slow in the work zone, right? So this is kind of a race that we give away, high visible shirts. And this year we got an orange hat that's going to be given away. So it's just all about trying to make yourself visible. And like I said, keeping people safe at the end of the day. So we partner with St. Louis County and MODOT, and we bring all those cool construction equipment to the site, right? And all the kids can climb around the snow plows. They can pretend they're driving. They can
I can pretend I'm driving.
Be on the backhoe. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I need.
Yes, you can. And so it's a great environment for that. And even we also have Missouri Highway Patrols there. They've had their condenser, right? So to kind of simulate what it is if you don't wear your seatbelt, or how your seatbelt does protect you and various things. So it's all about raising awareness for those kids, and we're excited too that we partner with Let Me Run this year. So there's going to be 150 kids, 3rd through 5th grade, that are going to be part of this event. They're all about kind of inspiring those kids, helping them with being active in social interactions over the last 7 weeks. They've been training, and then they're going to culminate with our race here on April 25th, where they get to run that 5K and plus go around in all the equipment and everything. So it's, like I said, it's been a great, and we run all around the MODOT facility there, and just getting awareness out there. We have over 30 sponsors, expecting over 700 people between. You can have, if you're not a runner, you can come and just do the 1 mile walk. Yeah. So it's the 1 mile walk, the 5K, and then even virtual. If you can't make it, we'll ship you the equipment. We'll ship you the swag, and you can do the race on your own time. But definitely encourage you to come on out on April 25th.
That's awesome that you kind of show the effects of having a seatbelt or not having a seatbelt. The numbers, the statistics of the survival rate in a car crash when people are wearing seatbelts versus not wearing seatbelts. And I know that, recently in the past year, there have been high schoolers who have lost their lives. And more often than not, you see the kids that survived had a seatbelt on, the kids that did not have a seatbelt on. And it's just absolutely tragic. And it's such a simple step. And like you said, to kind of raise that awareness, we were talking about the driver's ed, and Raj, I think you saw this video too, but in Japan they have this video of all these little kids. It's pretty traumatizing. The kids are going to have some kind of traumatic experience, but they show the cars crashing, like they show a car in real speed crashing into something, and all the kids look terrified, but just letting them know it's serious business.
It's super important. So registration for the 5K, when do people need to
so we want to try to get that done here. We're closing in on having our t-shirt deadline so we can get our numbers in, so we can get the shirts ordered. So we'd like to try to get that done here by this Sunday. So, if you just Google Work Zone Race St. Louis, it'll pop up, and you can go straight to our website and get registered. And like I said, it's a great way it's National Work Zone Week, the right before the race. So it's a great way of come on out, and just remember, take it slow. And like Tom said, keep your phone down.
Well, gentlemen, it's good to see you again. Happy opening day to both of you. JC Murray and Tom Evers, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Chris and Amy, we are live at Ballpark Village, Cardinals Nation. And when we come back, we are going to talk to team president Bill DeWitt III. He will join us on the Chris and Amy show next.
And we were just talking about the St. Louis Work Zone Awareness Run, the 5K and the 1 mile fun run, and how important it is to raise awareness that when you're going through those construction zones and you see the workers out there, you see the orange cones, to slow down, to put your phone down, to pay attention, because all of those workers out there are mothers and fathers and sisters and brothers and husbands and wives, and they're making the roads safe for us to get home to our families. So let's make sure that they can get home safely to theirs. And as we were just talking with JC, this event is a great family event because, you don't have to run the 5K. You can just walk the 1 mile fun run, but they've got the cool MODOT equipment out there. If you're like me and you have friends or your kids love that equipment, love to see the construction. It's fun for them to be able to see that. It's also a super affordable 5K, which is great. So you can bring the whole family. If you want to sign up sooner, better to do it sooner. So you get that t-shirt. Just Google STL Work Zone Awareness Run, STL Work Zone Awareness Run, and sign up for that 5K.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Is your home, business, or church looking tired, chalky, or in need of curb appeal? Go Rhino. Tired of painting year after year? Go Rhino. Our unique 3M ceramic technology is perfect for brick, stucco, aluminum, steel, color lock masonite, and more. It's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty to not chip, crack, or peel. Great if you're staying, and even better if you're selling. Our ceramic coating allows you to maintain all of your architectural features. The decision to do vinyl will leave your home looking like a plastic moldy box. With Rhino Shield, in 15 years, your home will still have that, wow, it looks like you just got it painted. We've done large condo complexes, parking garages, pole barns, and commercial strip malls. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. Evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. See what we did there? Genius. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't vinyl, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's opening day.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris and Amy on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Nation at Ballpark Village for the home opener. 3:15 is the first pitch. We will have it right here on KMOX and programming all day until we get to the pregame show and then the game itself. And the 2026 season will get started. We are joined now by Team President Bill DeWitt III. Good to have you. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Happy opening day. Are you?
Same.
We were just talking about the weather and how it's supposed to be, I think, 91 at first pitch. Would you rather have it be 91 on opening day or in the 50s?
Oh, 100% 91.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy, right? You can dress light and 90's a little hot, but
yeah, let's ease into it a little bit. Can we do that?
A little to stay in the shade, but
yeah,
coming out of the gate hot here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's crazy. I don't remember a day like this for opening day in a long, long time, and it'll just kind of feel like more of a normal mid-season game, but all the celebration will be great.
No, it'll be fun. Not to belabor the weather, but we were just talking. It is the hottest opening day since 2020, but 2020 doesn't really count because opening day was basically in July.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so that doesn't
count.
No
fans.
And no fans. That's right.
So no heat stroke that day.
Fans.
Yeah.
That's right. I keep forgetting about the cardboard.
We're trying to
forget.
Yeah.
So this team going into it, I mean, you know how people are looking at them from the outside. What do you think of the 2026 Cardinals?
Well, it's just a different look, right? Lots of young players. They're hungry. They're motivated to establish themselves. And some of them are established, but I think, it'll remain to be seen how they gel and connect with these other young players. And I think the thing about it is there's more coming, If you look at our fans are starting to think about not just the current roster, but like who's behind them and coming soon. So it feels like, it's a different feel, but it's very exciting for me because it's like laying that foundation for building for the future. And that foundation we're seeing right in front of us.
It's fun to watch the young players and, they're playing with something to prove, but also, like you said, it's so forward looking. It's forward looking. You've got a foundation where everything that you're building is building a winning team for years to come, which I think is really exciting. Gives you something to look forward to.
Yeah. I mean, another thing that's just super exciting is JJ Weatherholt making the team. He's hopefully one of the stars of the future and making his debut today. So, I mean, that's something that everybody wants to see. I think our pitching there's a lot of depth there. Like there's some guys that we sent down to AAA who you kind of go, wait, this guy pitched well in the spring and, looks like a major leaguer. So, I think the consistency across the board of young, hungry players will bode well. And I think we're going to surprise some people this year.
And this is a different era of Cardinals baseball in the sense that we've been used to for decades now. They're going to win. I mean, obviously they're going to win the division and they're going to go to the playoffs. And now it's a bit of a pivot to a younger movement, and this will be a younger team. Do you feel like to the fan base, has it been an easier sell than you thought, or is it still difficult? How do you look at it? Because there's been so much insistence on winning every single year for years.
Yeah, I think that the last couple of years were a little harder than I thought, in the sense that we were still trying to compete at a high level and win the division, and we were sort of stretching with some older veterans, and our payroll was pushed, and it was sort of, we were still in the mediocre in between stage. Once we said, all right, we're going to do this the right way and take a step back and invest in the young kids, collect more talent through trades or whatever it might be, it almost has gotten more positive than I thought it would be. It's weird. It's like fans are smart. They know that if you're sort of stuck in the middle, it's not a great place to be. We want to win a World Series, right? May not happen this year, may not happen next year, but we're building to get to that point, and it might take a while, but we're taking the right steps to be able to get there. And I've said this before, which is when we get there to that promised land, which we've been there before, and it's so great, we will have gotten there not in spite of what we're dealing with now, but because of it.
You said that it was tougher for the couple of years when you're trying to win, trying to be competitive, and said, no, we're going to step back, do this the right way. Was that literally a moment? Like, are you sitting there in your chair with like a glass of bourbon in one hand and going, well, we got to do it this way? Or was it an evolution over time?
Well, there were lots of conversations
the
last few years. And I think, Heim Bloom, who was new to the scene a couple years ago, and then last year in that kind of almost ready to go role, we had conversations with him. We had conversations with Mo. Mo was very clear about it too, and he was making moves to set us up longer term as well. So it wasn't like that one moment in time.
We got to do it, guys.
Like
he downs the bourbon.
Yeah, exactly. This is it. We're done. We got to reset. No, but there were those conversations that definitely had that sort of language in it for sure.
Well, when we do the made-for-TV movie, we're probably going to condense it to that one moment, with a glass of bourbon.
Yeah, it's got to be exciting.
Maybe a bottle.
It can't be gradual. Yeah. It has to be a moment of clarity.
And
that's
us owner fat cats have to have cigars.
Yes.
And
we're going to put you in a fat suit. We're going to make sure that you're with suspenders.
Well, the cigar, he looks off into the distance and says, by golly, let's do it.
I'm here to make a dime. We'll do you right.
Okay. All right.
Bill DeWitt III is with us on KMOX. And so Heim Bloom, who you brought up, is a new voice here in the organization. He's not exactly the same as John Mozeliak and has different ideas. As far as what he wants to do and what his vision is, what is the role of ownership in that? Is it we're just whatever it is you want to do, we're going to support you in that? Is there more input from ownership? How does that dynamic work?
Yeah. Well, of course, we're in regular communication, every day, every other day kind of thing. And, when he first got here, it's funny because like when we interviewed him, it kind of felt like I was getting interviewed by him because, like he's a very smart guy who had options. And I think he wanted to find a team that, fit where he was in terms of his aspirations of what he wanted to build. And this is a great project, right? I mean, what better organization to take us from where we are now to where we hope to be? Because the fans will come when we, and in droves, the bandwagon will get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think he knew that and was sort of, like I said, kind of interviewing us, which was kind of funny. And but the conversations were in at that point very strategic, and we were pretty much on the same page. He said, "Look, I will. I just need to make sure that you guys are committed to helping us build the best possible organization. From a payroll standpoint, there was going to be flexibility based on where we were, from his point of view. But from an organizational building point of view, the investment in the infrastructure and the technology and the people that it takes to be world-class in this industry today, that's what he wanted to make sure we were all in on. And our answer obviously was yes.
As far as that infrastructure goes, I know there was a lot of investment at the minor league level and some of the equipment and things that other teams had for a while. Where is that in terms of how much progress you've made. Is there more that you want to do? Or are you still in the process, do you feel like, or are you pretty close?
Oh, I think we're pretty much there. Now, one of the things on the technology and training facility standpoint that was a little bit on hold was this Jupiter complex, because we totally redid that. It was a $125 million project. Part of that was the Marlins and the stadium, but our whole complex got redone. And this was the first year that we were able to really use that. But the players really use it a lot in the off season, not just for spring training. So next year we'll have that great runway of the complex being ready and all the bells and whistles that they need to be properly trained. And a lot of our staff will be down there. So that was a big piece of it too. And it's ready.
Yeah. I was not down at spring training. I don't think KMOX wants to send me down there, but
no.
Tom Ackerman was raving about how spectacular the complex is, the clubhouse, and how great it really did turn out.
Yeah, it's got we obviously have all the things that players need for training, but it has kind of a campus feel now, where it used to be just this one multi-purpose building that everyone would go into the same door and it was scattered around all their different rooms. Now there's like additional buildings surrounding that, and it kind of feels like a campus, and it just feels really positive. And then like a whole training center's in a new building. There's a full food hall now that we call the bird feeder.
That's pretty good.
The nickname that came out of the players. Actually, it was kind of funny. So let's call it the bird feeder. And then other little aspects all came together, and it's a cool thing.
Quick question: when you were interviewing Heim Bloom and he's interviewing you, it's that back and forth. How long was that meeting? Did it get doubled when he started asking you questions?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably like a normal interview would probably be like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It was probably an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
That's awesome.
Like, wait a minute. I'm interviewing you.
I got to use that strategy. Start interviewing.
Did I get the job?
Yeah.
I almost wanted to say that.
That's awesome.
I wish you would have. What a great one. That would have been so fantastic. So opening day is today, and we're all here for it. And, Amy and I talk a lot about the city and the challenges the city faces in different areas. And I feel like it's every day we talk about it. And there was the sinkhole that was right outside the ballpark. On a thing like that, first of all, how much cooperation do you get from the city in terms of having the ballpark in the immediate area the way it needs to be? And on something like that, are you on the phone with, hey guys, you got to get this sinkhole fixed. We got the opener's coming up in 2 days.
Yeah. The short answer is yes. We have great cooperation with the city, and of course, like Matt Gifford, who's our VP of Stadium Ops, he would be the one like calling the city street department and saying, hey, what's the update on the timing here? He's pretty diplomatic. He's not going to be like, I need this done, but it's sort of like, opening day is March 26th this year, guys.
Can you fix the hole?
What's the problem? It's a giant hole outside the ballpark.
So that kind of thing is there's that great relationship.
Yeah.
And we sort of have we have probably speed dial to all the city departments as it relates to things that are really important to hosting 45,000 people, right?
Yeah.
You do get the quick callbacks, so that's nice. But, we remain really committed to downtown and the future of downtown. I mean, we're not going anywhere. We continue to try to push for a third phase of Ballpark Village. Cordish has been our development partner, has been in Jefferson City talking about some ideas, and governor's supportive. And so you might see a little bit more on that later, but that remains a huge commitment of ours.
Any detail you can tell us about on that front, or is it
not really? Just that we're trying. We're trying to see if we could figure out a way to do another residential tower, another office building, additional retail. We think that Ballpark Village is great. It's awesome. We love it. We're happy we've done it. But we think you kind of have to keep inventing and building and growing. We still have those 3 undeveloped parcels on the north side that we do surface parking. We could go vertical on those. So I think growing is important, and it also sends a message to people that are down on downtown, or they're just stuck in the negativity spiral. There's a lot going on here, and there's a lot of key stakeholders who are super committed to turning this thing around.
Well, there's a lot to be positive about on opening day. Start of the baseball season just a few hours away. We appreciate you coming by and giving us some time, and happy opening day to you.
Thanks. You too, guys.
Go
Thanks.
get that hot dog.
All right. Yeah, the burnt ends.
The
That's
burnt
right.
ends hot dog, not bad. I recommend it. Bill DeWitt III, team president of the St. Louis Cardinals, with us. Polo and Benji will join us when we come back on KMOX.
It's time for a $98 AC tune-up.
What if every time you spent money, you saved money too? With Achieve It Checking from Together Credit Union, you can do just that. Every debit card purchase is rounded up to the nearest dollar, and the spare change goes right into your savings. And here's the best part. Together Credit Union boosts your progress by matching qualifying savings up to $8 a month. It's a free checking account that helps you achieve more automatically. Learn more, or better yet, enroll today at togethercu.org. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Italian subs for your finance team in Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
Busch Stadium looks absolutely beautiful right now. Sunny and 80 degrees. A high today of 94. Tonight becoming cloudy and breezy and cooler. Could be some heavy thunderstorms late. A low of 41.
Let's be honest, the hearing aid industry is broken. Overpriced clinics, pushy appointments, bills of $5,000 or more. That's the trap they hope you fall into. Don't let it happen. Audion Hearing is the escape. Their FDA-registered hearing aids cost just a fraction of the big brands, starting at only $98. Instead of paying as much as $5,000 plus all the doctor appointments and wasted time, you get what you need with no prescriptions, no office visits, no time wasted, and no crazy price tag. Call 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR. Audion's cutting-edge devices are rechargeable, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. Try them risk-free for 45 days with lifetime support and real human help just a phone call away. Over 1 million people have already said yes to Audion Hearing. Join them. Don't let them take advantage of you. Break free from the trap. Call now 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR for a very special offer. 800-700-HEAR or 800-700-4327.
Calling all runners. Register now for the Cardinals 5K on Saturday, April 18th, and you can take a victory lap on the field at Busch Stadium. Don't miss this chance to bring the whole family for a fun St. Louis 5K race that brings fans together to support kids in the community. The Cardinals 5K, Saturday, April 18th. Register now at cardinals.com/5K. And for more information, just head to KMOX.com/events. It's opening day today.
The Cards, the Rays.
Emeren Total Access 220. First pitch 3:15.
Cardinals Radio. 104.1 FM KMOX.
We're live from Cardinals Nation at Ballpark Village. We are getting ready for baseball today. 3:15 is the first pitch, and we have with us on the Chris and Amy Show, Polo Asencio and Benji Molina. You can hear the Spanish language broadcast on 880 La Tremenda. They're with us now. What's going on, fellas? You ready?
Oh, we're so excited, man. I am. I know he is. So, and we always are at this time of the day. We want to see what these kids can do, man. That's it.
That's it. It's a new. I don't want to say new. It's a different feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Like
you're right. It is.
We have everything to win, and seriously, nothing to lose. This is what the fans have been, asking for. New way of thinking. Let the kids play. Well, guess what? The kids are going to play. The Cardinals are one of the youngest teams in all of baseball. Let's see what they can do. And something that I keep saying, and I've been saying this today, especially since 7:30 in the morning, that I've been doing a couple of things here and there. I have never, Benji can tell you, I have never seen a ball player say, I'm going to go to the park and strike out 4 times.
Right.
I never heard a pitcher say, you know what, I'm going to pitch, I'm going to give up 5 runs in the first inning and then go sit down and do nothing. These guys, they know what's at stake. And I had a conversation with one of them the other night, and they know what people say, but they don't care about the negativity. And they are here to play ball, and they are here to have a lot of fun. And how many times have we talked about, Benji, on air? It seems like these guys are not having fun for some reason. Well, now that's the word. That's the F word this season for the Cardinals. Fun. Let's have fun.
That's pretty cool.
It's better than the other one.
Yeah. Well, I love that. And, I'm obviously never a player. And so it's easy for fans to project onto players what they think the players are thinking or feeling. But in my mind, just like what you said, Polo, that I would think there's got to be a fire lit underneath them, that when you have a bunch of young guys, they feel like we got something to prove. Don't count us out. And like you said, ready to have fun, but also to prove something. Would that be kind of correct?
Oh, yes, 150%. This is not only their job, their life, because they can make contracts from here. They could be becoming a superstar. That's the pressure there already. The pressure is for the team to win, not only for them to perform, like I said, but the team, the organization, and then you put the fans in there. I mean, there's a lot of pressure for these kids, and they want to perform. They want to do it. That's what I'm excited about. I want to see what they can do. I want to see how they can handle that kind of pressure. Some guys will. Some guys, other guys can handle it. But I think the pressure is good. They have it under themselves. They know what they need to do. Some guys feel the pressure that if I don't do it, something might happen. They might give up on me. All those things are happening in their heads. Like, I have to perform. And I like that. I like that because when I played back then, it was a different time. I get it. But it was also, I have to play because that guy is coming behind me. Benji, and he might take my spot. So it happened in this time.
Yeah, Polo mentioned how young this team is. Did you ever, when you were in Anaheim or with the Giants, did you ever have a team that was quite this young?
No, I was the opposite. So when I came up to the big leagues, everybody else was a veteran around me. I was one of the young guys, and the pitching was 4 guys young like me. But now it's everybody's young, and you might have 1 veteran, or you might have 2 veterans in the pitching staff or in the bench. But I was the opposite. It was so hard because those guys are so tough, the veterans on the young guys. Now it's all young guys.
So how does that? What's that dynamic going to be like then when you've only got a couple of guys who are in their 30s? And
it might work better.
Yeah.
The chemistry, because they're all the same. They're all young guys out there trying to perform every single time they get the chance. It might be even better to have that. They don't have that veteran pushing these guys. So there's nobody pushing you, buddy, but yourself.
What about when people talk about leadership in the clubhouse? So where does that come from when it's a super young team?
I think it's the coaching staff is very important. The head coach, the manager, in this case. I think it comes from them because they're the oldest in that group. Or you can have 1 or 2 guys who has that maturity enough that they can step up and take that leader role. So I think it could be either way.
So the way I see that part, I think to be a real leader of people, you can be appointed. Like somebody can put you in a leadership role, but if you don't have it, you're not going to be it. So I believe, I'm not saying there's going to be infighting to see who, they don't care who the leader is, right? That's the way I see it. But eventually 1, 2, or 3 of them are going to rise up and be that voice of reason, that voice of let's go, let's do this. It could be Mason Wynn, he's a young guy, but he's already been here for 3 years, and he's one of the veterans of the team now. It could be a Pedro Pajes, one of those guys that learned from the ones they had a chance to play, from Goldschmidt, from Arenado, from Contreras. Get the best from each of them and be that leader, but not because somebody said, you have the C of captain. No. You want that? Earn it. Show me. Show them. Lead them. And let's go. That's the way I see it.
Polo, Asencio, Benji, Molina with us on KMOX. I know that there were some fans a little confused as to why somebody like Nelson Velasquez didn't make the team. Had a pretty good spring, it was a roster they were trying to fill out, and they had a plan for him, obviously. What are your thoughts on that and what the roster looks like overall?
Trust me, we all think the same. We see what we see. We saw what we saw of Nelson, and I had him on my 26, right? And I'm sure Benji had him too, but he'll tell you what he thinks. We haven't talked about this, but I see that as a move that in reality makes no sense, but in paperwork, it might make the best sense. Why? Because you have a 40-man roster. And what that tells me is that Heim and the front office, they love the 40-man roster they have. Mm-hmm. Look at what happened to put JJ on the 40 men. They had to put Nudbar on the 60 day. And I'm not saying that Nudbar could be ready in 3 weeks or before 60, but that tells you we don't want to lose any of those guys because they feel so high of every single one in the 40 that they don't want to put them out there and somebody steal them. So that tells me, again, that they trust their 40. They like what they have. And yes, it stinks for Nelson to not be here. But eventually, I think there's a door is going to open that he is going to come in and do something big for this team. Because I do believe we need power. And at least in spring training, he showed a lot of power.
Is that something that, what would be your biggest concern for this team going into this season that they need to fill in the blank to have success?
For me, the biggest concern would be the same thing that could be the best thing for this team, like having too much fun and feeling so loose that at times you might lose the sense of urgency of winning now. They want to win now. We all want to win now, but as a whole, we keep hearing, no, this is a work in progress. So I just hope that at one point during the season, if things don't go the way we want them to go, as them winning, they say, you know what? Well, they're not expecting much, so let's slow down a little. I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't want that to happen either.
I think there's one word that I always use: performance. On the field, though, you have to perform on the field. Performing meaning stats, meaning winning, meaning everything that you're supposed to do. I think that's the key for this team to have success. I think if everybody, obviously health have to happen, but if everybody do what they need to do, they'll have a lot of fun. It's when you struggle that it's not going to become fun. The Nelson Velasquez is very, very sad for me. I'm always being like the guy that, if you have a guy like that, why we send him now? Especially when our guys were struggling and they're showing you. This is not coming from my mouth. They're showing you they're struggling. And you have a guy that came in from a really good winter league, a really good playoff, and then you have it hot at spring training. Why don't you want to have that guy in your team? At the same time, this is my opinion, but at the same time, you have to respect what they're thinking. You have to respect what the organization is thinking, like Polo was explaining. They have something in mind. They don't want to lose a couple of guys. We have to understand it. You know what I'm saying? So, in a way, I feel bad for him. Of course, he should have made it, with the numbers. But at the end, the organization makes a move, and that's it. We have to just tip the hat and keep going.
So what do you, as you watch spring training, I know you can't make all your decisions based on it because it's only spring, and there have been all kinds of guys who've done great during the spring, and then they get to the regular season, and it's not there. How much of that should be a factor when you're putting a team together?
Oh, man, I really believe that the last couple of years show you how the guy is developing if he's not doing well, and then here comes another spring training and he's still struggling. That's how I would say it.
Yeah.
Not because this is his first spring training struggling, you're going to just put the finger on him and he's done. He's not doing it. No, it's because he's coming from maybe a couple of years back, and then all of a sudden here comes spring and nothing has changed. That's how you or the organization can make some changes or decisions.
Do you guys have a couple of minutes to hang out with us while we take a break? Or
I
do you
mean,
have
we're
somewhere to
here.
be? Well, I don't
We
know.
know you guys are busy, though.
Yeah, usually you're men about town.
No, I mean, my menning about towning has been done this morning.
Okay.
You're finished.
So from here, not yet. From here, I go in and I do what I love to do.
All right. Well,
My
so then
job.
you're gonna love to hang out with us for a couple
Yeah, I don't want to
more
do your
minutes.
job anymore, though.
Well, you got to stay here for 5 more minutes.
That's fine.
Okay.
Do we get? Oh, let me get that.
Yeah, you can have
Yeah, you can have the gooey butter
The
cake.
gooey
Is
gooey butter
Benji
cake.
guilty by association that he's staying with us?
Yeah,
too?
Benji has to stay too.
Okay.
I mean, he likes to blame me when he gets in trouble,
Yeah.
but it's all him.
Oh, okay.
It's all him.
Polo Asencio, Benji Molina with us here on KMOX.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. All one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
Guys, it is the best time of year for college basketball, and my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of KMOX, mine as well, are doing some really cool things. If you haven't signed up for FanDuel yet, you've been waiting, or you just haven't gotten around to it, or maybe you just got knocked out of your tournament bracket and you're looking for some more fun. Well, right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 days if your bet loses. So here's how it works, and it's really simple. You place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. And you can even mix things up too if you want to. Go for some same game parlays if you want a shot at a bigger payout. All you need to do to play more, all you need to do to play all the way through the championship game is go to FanDuel.com/Missouri to sign up. Just remember, you have to be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions do apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. It's opening day.
Now back back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Prop Band, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris and Amy on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Polo, Asencio, and Benji Molina insisted on sticking around until the end of our show
to do your job,
to do our job.
Yeah. No, yours, not her.
They were disappointed with the product that they were hearing, and so for the people's benefit, they decided to stay around.
Get in line, guys.
I have a question for
Get
you.
in
Like
line.
serious question, Chris.
Oh no.
I
always
that's
get
what I'm
nervous.
thinking.
Wait,
All
did
right.
your shaver break or something when you were shaving?
My shaver? What do you mean?
Yeah, like I see like your
Stubble?
stubble. Your cheeks kind of like okay, but
Yeah.
then what is this you have under your nose? Is that like
A
ants
mustache?
walking around?
No, here's what's
there?
going on.
You look unkempt, is what he's
No,
saying.
here's the problem.
No, is that supposed to be a mustache? What is that?
No, Benji, will you help me out?
No.
Here's what's going on.
Uh-huh.
All of my face hair is white, except for the little bit. There are a few black hairs under where the mustache is, so it looks like I have a mustache, but it's all the same length.
It's just an edge. It's missing a must.
It looks like he just drank chocolate milk this morning.
It's not what. That's not
Like
what
chocolate
happened.
milk, and you didn't clean your lips.
Yeah.
your
Okay.
upper
Well, maybe
lip.
that's what happened.
Okay. Chocolate milk.
So are
Let's
you
go.
growing something out?
So the Cardinals.
Yeah.
huh?
What are those
Hey.
plants behind your house?
Let's talk about. Can we talk about Yadier Molina?
No.
Who is? Yeah. Well, I want to talk about Yadi. You know why? Because he's going to be a Cardinals Hall of Famer this
Yes.
year. I mean, that's going to happen, right? So, how awesome is this?
I think we're going to have two guys going in at the same time. I think they're going to put him in two red jackets instead of one guy, and then the vote for committee, right? They vote somebody. I think it's going to be two guys. Those guys have to be together. I hope they do that the same way in 28.
Yeah.
You know, in the Hall of Fame of baseball. So it is super cool to have him around. It is a different atmosphere when you see him around.
Yes.
The catchers taking care of the pitching a little bit different.
Yeah.
That can make a difference, you know, in this, even though we're young. But if you have a veteran like him behind the scenes, helping these kids out, calling games, being leaders out there, being tough, I think it helps a lot just to have him around.
How did he like managing?
Oh, sorry.
What's that?
How did he like managing?
Oh, he loves
Loves
managing. It's a different ballgame for him. He can be more calm. He can think about a lot of things from the dugout instead of being a player where he has to concentrate on the pitching. He has to concentrate on hitting a guy, batting. So I think it's better for him. I think he's enjoying it.
With him being back, like now, we saw him last season. We're gonna see him. Actually, he's gonna be here today. It's not a big surprise. I've seen him. He's here. I believe he's gonna be introduced at some point, and I'm guessing some people might cheer. Right?
Yeah.
When they hear his name.
Pretty safe, yeah.
And
some of them.
The way I see him now, as I saw him when he was a player, he's a lot looser. He's loose.
Yeah.
One thing, he doesn't need to be ready every single day for the game, right? He doesn't need to sit down through meetings and talk to his pitcher and then think about the other pitcher. All he needs to do now is coach, talk to the guys, be there for the guys, answer questions, and perhaps have an opinion when people ask him something. And going back to having fun. I mean, this guy was playing 3 years ago, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
3 years ago, he was playing. And some of these guys, if not all of them, were with him at some point during spring training. So they know what he did as a player, not only because they heard about him. Like a lot of these guys, I mean, all of them heard about Ozzie, about Jose Oquendo. They didn't see them pitch. Even Chris Carpenter and the younger guys, maybe even Colton Wong, right? But Yadi, they saw him play. They were there. So now to see that player turn into a coach, a mentor, maybe even a friend, that's going to help those guys. And I know for a fact that he's having a lot of fun doing that. He misses playing, but he's having fun being that guy, perhaps leading a bunch of young kids into the next generation of champions here in St. Louis. Oh my God! Let's hang that right here.
let's hang it from the rafters. I know Cardinals fans miss him, and looking forward to seeing him at the ballpark. We are happy that you both sat down with us to help us finish our show because we had nothing left. We're out of gas.
Really?
So we're
thanks,
the
guys.
last.
Yeah,
The best.
They say
the last and the best.
Yeah. We're
best
getting
for
the
last.
texts the YouTube commenters.
They love you.
They love you guys.
They love the two of you.
We've had texts saying we need to hear more of you. You guys are a ton of fun. Yay, you're here.
I'm gonna
That's
give
cool
you guys
because that's
my,
what we need to stay.
No, and
That's right.
I need to give you my agent's number,
Yeah.
and if there's money, I'll do it.
And I'm taking a cut too. Benji Molina, Polo Asencio.
You're getting a new shaver.
All right, stop it. Look at your mustache. It looks nice. And the bolo tie looks great too.
Oh, yeah. We went a different way.
You guys
this
are looking
season.
great, both
Thank
of you.
you. Thank you.
Enjoy the game today, guys. Good to talk to you. We'll talk again soon. I know
Yes,
it.
we will.
Happy
you guys
opening
for having
day.
us.
Thank you very much.
Polo Asencio, Benji Molina with us here on KMOX as we wrap up this show. We have 2 free registration for you and a friend
That's right.
for the Cardinals 5K. And this is happening April 18th. And we're giving away a free registration for you and a friend right now to caller number 5 to the contest line at 314-955-1120. 314-955-1120. And when you win, you have to go run a 5K. Don't forget that.
5K. That's like that. That's like a snack for Amy here. That's like
oh yeah.
just like I just got up from bed.
She could sleepwalk that. All right, Tom Ackerman and me, we're going to hang out for a bit longer. We will talk to Heim Bloom. We're going to talk to Ricky and Rooney next on KMOX.
If you live in Missouri, have Medicaid, and need a caregiver, this message is important. Care at home is personal. That's why you may not want a stranger in your home to take care of you. You want someone who already knows you and your daily routines. With Freedom Care, you choose a trusted family member, a friend, or a neighbor. They will get paid after every shift to care for you, and it's 100% free to you. More than 70,000 people have already joined the Freedom Care family. Call your local Freedom Care. They'll check your Medicaid eligibility. Don't wait until a stranger shows up at your door. If you have Medicaid and need help at home, this care is available 100% free to you. Call Freedom Care now to see if you qualify. 314-907-0892. 314-907-0892. That's 314-907-0892.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, the job works in your favor. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members buy more and save more on materials they rely on every day. Get up to 25% off select molding when you spend $1,000 or more, and up to 25% off Pergo Evercraft laminate flooring. Put Pro Savings Days to work for you. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hi, St. Louis. This is Ben Barnett. I'm a board-certified master arborist, and I've been caring for St. Louis trees for over 25 years. Today, I'm going to help you choose a tree care contractor. Here's how it's done, so pay close attention. First, call everyone you know who has ever done any type of outdoor work, including that cousin that used to sleep on your couch. Leave them all messages and wait around to see if they call back. Here's a hint, they won't. Now, post to all your social media that you are looking for recommendations for a good tree service. Now beware, because there will be hundreds of different recommendations. So you need to carefully go through each one, checking that they have the proper insurance, background checks, and even the slightest idea of what they're doing. Schedule a bunch of appointments, and when nobody shows up, get really frustrated and put the whole project off for another year. Or you could just call Timberline Professional Tree Care, 636-479-7475. Or visit us online at stltreecare.com.
News, talk, cards. KMOX AM St. Louis. KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's 11:01. It's sunny and 80 degrees in downtown St. Louis.
I'm Debbie Monterey. Happy opening day, St. Louis. We are going to have an early Gas House gang for you right after this news with Tom Ackerman and Chris Ranji. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler at the ballpark at noon. Pregame begins at 1:30, first pitch at 3:15. We've got your forecast on the way, but I'm sure you already know it's going to be a scorcher today. It's already 80. Hot dog burnt ends served with potato salad. You might want to check that out today. Nashville hot chicken on a waffle. Just a few of the many offerings this season at Busch Stadium. Vicky Bryant with the Cardinals brought Chris and Amy the new deep-fried gooey butter cake on a stick.
This is a party in your mouth right here. This is the way you want to end your day at the ballpark. It is gooey butter cake.
Okay.
And it is dipped in funnel cake batter and
Oh
deep
my gosh.
fried.
Also new this year, the Made in the Lou stand with rotating local restaurants. The owner is trying to help the UFL gain more ground. The owner will be in St. Louis this Saturday for the Battlehawks' first game of the season. Mike Repoli tells KMOX it's a market he's excited about.
I looked at the St. Louis Battlehawks and the St. Louis market, and I'm like, how can one market draw 30,000 while some of the other markets are only drawing 10,000?
Other teams have been moved to smaller stadiums. Can the Battlehawks stay in the Dome?
We can solve this easily. Let's sell out 65,000 tickets. I'll stay in the Dome forever. I might even build one for 80,000 if that's possible.
Repoli says they opened 36,000 seats for Saturday's kickoff and have sold more than 31,000 so far. President Trump at a cabinet meeting this morning used the word soon to indicate when the war with Iran will end.
Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing.
He says they're in talks with Iran. Iran says there are no talks. Putra Adhinguna says the Philippines has declared an energy emergency as oil supplies dramatically reduce as shipping through the strategic Strait of Hormuz has become limited because of the U.S.-Iran war.
I think the Philippine government is trying to send a broader signal that the situation is indeed an emergency to the broader stakeholders, the public and the businesses. The longer the crisis goes, the deeper it will be. And it's quite likely that other countries within the Southeast Asia region could likely follow suit.
From the KMOX business desk, a second Slick City Action Park has opened in the region, this time in St. Peters. Slick City is based in St. Louis and Nashville and describes itself as the world's first indoor action park. The St. Peters location in a former Joann fabric store features 13 slides and 3 bouncy air courts for basketball and dodgeball with a separate area for kids under 5.
Mostly sunny, breezy, and hot this afternoon. High 94, clouding up tonight, followed by a couple of thunderstorms that can produce hail and damaging winds before it tapers to a late night shower. It'll become breezy and much colder, low 40. Tomorrow, a shower to start, mainly south and east of the city. Otherwise, breezy and much colder as clouds break for some sun, high 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM KMOX.
Sunny and 80 degrees right now in downtown St. Louis. I'm Debbie Monterey, KMOX News.
It's opening day.
Live from Cardinals Nation Restaurant inside Ballpark Village, it's Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Broadband, and by Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House St. Louis. Now Chris Ranji and Tom Ackerman on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Cardinals Nation, the air-conditioned Cardinals Nation. Listen, if you're coming downtown to go to the ball game today, opening day, even if you're not even going to the game and you're just out here to party like some are, your place should be Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village, and there are multiple reasons for that. Air-conditioned, great food and drink. And the other thing, Chris Ranji, is there is no ticketed event here. This is open for everybody. Come on in. There are a few seats still available. I think I see him in the back there. There's some good seats where you could have a view of the stadium. I love this spot. You can see right into the Busch Stadium from left field. Let's go. It's opening day.
Let me tell you something about Ballpark Village, Tom. Let me tell you a thing or two about this place. This is one of the places in the city where people, when they come in from out of town, and I have friends who live out of town, and when they do visit for a game or whatever, they inevitably say, man, that Ballpark Village is pretty cool. Every single one of them says that. And it is. It's, I know this isn't the only place like this in the country. Atlanta's got a similar place. I think they might have one in Cincinnati too, but ours is pretty damn cool, what we've got here in St. Louis. And you're right. getting to look inside the ballpark, looking at an empty park now. We know it's not going to be empty in a matter of a couple of hours because it is opening day. I love opening day. I hate the fact that it's 91 degrees, but I do love that we're going to get baseball started today.
They are rocketing the live area. What do they call that now? They don't call it FanDuel Sports Live because there's no FanDuel Sports anymore. So
no, that's a great.
It might
question.
still be until they completely are done. I don't know.
Do you know what is going on in there? There's a whiskey tasting.
What?
In Ballpark Village, yeah. In the PBR bar that's on the lower level. Not the PBR upstairs where the bowl is, but on the lower level, there is a whiskey. They're having old fashions. You can get an old fashioned in there.
I'm technically off the clock here at noon, so I think, I'm going to meet Angie and Erica in the seats. I'm going to watch the game from the seats. I will be having a cold frosty Budweiser in honor of my dear friend Mike Shannon. There is no doubt about that. So maybe I started off with a little, I'm just going to go see how they're doing.
Just see what's going on
Just
in there.
see how they're doing up there and might get my hand wrapped around an old fashioned. Man, I love today. I really love today for so many reasons. It's great to be along with you. I'm going to call this the Gas House Gang. Is that okay?
I don't mind.
This is the Gas House Gang from 11 to 12. And this is an opportunity for us to look back at the history of the team. This is the 135th season of Cardinal baseball in the National League, the most successful team in National League history with 11 world championships, but it's also an opportunity to look into the future. We're going to see that today with our own eyes. This club, this young group, not all of them are going to be here when they make a run at the World Series. I would say starting in 28, most realistically.
Yeah.
So they're competing basically to be on that train coming up in a couple of years, but it's also a chance to celebrate the present. And the present is we have a lot of great fans, some who will be here, some who will not, who have stuck with this team because they just love the team and they just want to know what's going on. Some of them are upset, but they still pay attention. They still love. So it's my chance, your chance, to thank our listeners who have made the Gas House Gang so successful and who care about what this franchise is doing. And that makes me very happy.
Well, yeah, and we all care about what the franchise is doing. And here's the thing about this era of Cardinals baseball. And here's where I'm at. I am also unhappy that it is where it is, that the state of the team, the organization has gotten to a point where a rebuild is necessary. Although it is, I think, with most teams inevitable to a degree. But I am very happy with the direction they've decided to go. Is it going to work in 2 to 3 years? There's no real way to know until we get there, because you might think that your process is right. You might think that you've done everything you can to build an organization or rebuild one, and it doesn't always work. But they're doing the right thing. I don't think there's any question that the way they're going about this, or the decision they've made to not try to piecemeal a team together anymore, that now they're going to start from the ground up and really build something that has some sustainability to it, that is absolutely the right process. Will it work? Don't know, but it's got a better chance of working than doing it the way it had been going.
Absolutely. The worst thing in sports in general is to be in the middle. You can't be in the middle. And the fans sniffed it out, and they said, this sucks. We don't like this. I mean, this does not feel good. And they started to resist it, and they started to protest it a little bit.
Well, you know what, Tom? I moved back to St. Louis in 2017, and it was within that first couple of years, you started to notice, even though the attendance, the paid numbers at the ballpark were still really high, like Dodgers and Cardinals, those were 1 and 2 in attendance, you could tell that a lot of seats were going unused. And I think it may have started back then, where gradually people were not quite confident in the product that was out there and not quite confident in the direction. They were still buying tickets, or the season tickets were done, but people were a lot of times just not using them. And I know people who have season tickets who like to give some away or sell some, and they were talking about how it was, kind of difficult to give them away on a lot of nights. So I think this has been a gradual a process of getting us to this point where people wanted to see something different, and now they're getting something different. And we talked to Bill DeWitt III about an hour ago, who said a thing that I've been saying, that if you start to prove it, this is one of those fan bases that will come back. Cardinals fans will come back to the product if you start to show them that what you're doing is the right thing. They'll be here. There are some teams, like the team they face today in the Rays, that have a very difficult time getting people to their ballpark, even when they're really, really good and going to the World Series. They have a tough time. The Cardinals do not have that. They have a great fan base. They have a huge reach. And these people will come back to the park once they are confident what the Cardinals are doing is the right thing.
I absolutely believe that. The Cardinals have what looks like a lineup posted. I'm going to tease that. And when we come back, we're going to talk to Heim Bloom, the Cardinals president of baseball operations. I'm going to show him this lineup that has emerged on the MLB app.
And then you're going to say, how dare you?
And I'm going to say, is this right? I mean, is this what you're doing here? And we're going to come back with it. How about that?
That sounds great.
For a little conversation. Plus, I don't love having Velasquez off this roster, so I haven't had a chance to talk to him about that. So I am going to ask him about that. And there's some other things I want to get into with Heim. But I will say this about Heim: he's been as transparent as possible. He has been fantastic to us. He's told me, ask me anything you want. We never preview what we're going to talk about on Sundays. We just go at it, and I really appreciate it. And so we're going to do that here in just a little bit. Plus, we have the voice of the Cardinals, John Rooney, and Ricky Horton is on that broadcast crew along with Mike Claiborne and Jim Jackson today. Matt Pauley's doing pregame. Paulie and Pot are doing postgame. It's a great crew, and I really look forward to it. And before we take a break, I will say, I'm wearing my Jack Buck pin today, and I mentioned Mike Shannon. I always think about Mr. Buck today. I think about my dad. I think about a lot of people, but Jack Buck loved this day. And I just I'll be swinging by that Jack Buck statue right over there on my way into the ballpark today, and I think about him all the time, but especially today. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. More from Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village. Kegs and Eggs, the Gas House Gang special broadcast. It's all right here on the home of Cardinals, 104.1 FM KMOX.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Adam X by Audion Hearing. The Adam X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Adam X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Adam X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
When it comes to your hearing, you deserve expert care. At the Audiology Center, you're treated by certified audiologists Dr. Colleen Bosler, Dr. Adam Foss, and Dr. Bailey Campbell, meaning 8 years of advanced education, clinical expertise, and a commitment to best practices.
Charlie, we offer hearing aids from all major manufacturers, so you get what's best for you. Every patient receives individualized testing, precise fittings using real ear measurements, and personalized programming to ensure your hearing aids perform exactly as they should. And our care doesn't stop once you leave the office. We're committed to helping your hearing aids last through ongoing adjustments, maintenance, and long-term support at no extra cost. Better hearing is personal, not one size fits all. Call us today at 636-441-7470 or visit us online at theaudiologycenterstl.com. And let's take that first step together.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris Ronchi and Tom Ackerman on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Indeed, this place is packed. I'm getting texts from my friends who are all down here. It feels like middle of the summer. We've just been transported to the middle of the summer, and the Cardinals are rolling here through a baseball season. It's a lot of fun. I am Tom Ackerman along with Chris Ronchi, and we're joined by the president of baseball operations, Heim Bloom. It's great to be with you. Welcome back to opening day.
Thank you. It is great to be here.
You're first as president of baseball operations, which means you will be on the field, introduced on the field with ownership, players around you, Hall of Famers around you. What do you anticipate in that moment?
You know, I hadn't really had time to think about it up until about yesterday. And obviously I've got a chance to take, I was able to take the last couple of them in and see everything that goes on. You understand why they call it the best opening day in sports. I was actually thinking yesterday, I mean, obviously the pageantry of it, the history, especially this is the 100th anniversary of the first championship, the Hall of Famers that we bring out. But you know what I was thinking about yesterday was how cool it is to get a chance to greet your team on the field. And nobody else gets a chance to do that. So that's pretty neat.
So this is a new experience in that way for you. You have experienced Cardinals opening day before. We were just talking off the air. You're glad you've seen it before because it is a lot. I mean, this is what they do here is a lot.
Yes, and it's incredible. And, you know, you hear the hype, but to actually see it and take it in, like it's a whole different experience. So now that I know what to expect, I think I'll be better able to just really be in the moment and enjoy it.
I was on the MLB app trying to see if a lineup had been posted. I think that's it. Does that
looks right?
That looks familiar.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna give it to the fans real quick, and we'll get your comment on some of these players. J.J. Weatherholt is leading off and playing second base. I think we all knew that was going to happen, but you had to talk to the player and eventually had to make the decision that he was going to join this team officially as a leadoff hitter. I got to say, I kind of like this symbolic. I know you're trying to win a ball game, but it is symbolic of the beginning of a new era with a player like that being your first hitter.
Yeah, it is cool. And obviously, you know, Ollie didn't do that for symbolism.
Sure.
Right. You know, we talked about it a little bit. I mean, you know, one thing I should make clear, because I know there's a lot of misconceptions out there about front offices in this day and age, and manager makes the lineup. But, you know, we're always there as a resource and to lend an opinion. And you know, obviously we talked about, is this something that, you know, we should put on him? And it's kind of the same answer I would give in terms of endorsing this that I gave earlier this morning when someone asked me, you know, what did he do to show you that he should make this club? And it's that in watching how he's gone about his business, what he's done on the field and what he's done off the field, he never gave us a reason to think anything but that he should be there. And I think the same thing is true about where he is in the lineup, that he just looked like he's the right guy for it. Simple as that.
And so you know that, you know, people who have been paying attention during spring training, you have a plan going into that, what you think the season's going to look like or the start of the season. And sometimes a player's performance during spring can change that for you. And
I know where this question is going.
And I'm sure you know that we've talked to people who've wondered about Nelson Velasquez, thought he might make this team. And I think we even had conversations about him possibly even starting. And, of course, he's not on the roster. So what goes into that decision?
Yeah, well, first of all, something else I was talking about with somebody off the air was how cool is that this feels like what everybody in St. Louis has been talking about for 48 hours. That tells you, as if there was any doubt, that this is a baseball town, and it is still a baseball town. So first of all, like, that is just awesome. I understand in this case it was people thinking I made a mistake, but that just shows you what type of place this is. And that in itself, like, I don't take that for granted, and none of us should. As far as the decision itself, it was probably the toughest decision that we had. And, it really came down to that. Look, there's a reason we signed him, and then he comes in and has an amazing spring. Spring training is a part of the decision, but it's not the entire decision, right? You factor it in, but usually if you make a different decision just because of something you saw in spring training, oftentimes the game will teach you, and that's not always the right way to look at it. And, it really just allowed us to keep all of our players. Nelson is obviously still in the organization. He's going to be in Memphis, and if he keeps doing under the lights what he did in spring training, he's going to force our hands sooner rather than later. But we just thought this was the best way for us to roll. There's not one single factor. There's a lot of factors that played into this out of the gate, in terms of, like I said, keeping all of our players, looking at how the season would open in terms of matchups, in terms of different roles, different lanes we wanted to give some of the other players, versatility we want to have on the roster, the defensive side of it, all that just came together. And we felt that although this was a really tough decision, that it was the right one. And we'll see how it plays out. Like, I respect that. Again, it's a baseball town. Part of the beauty of this is that we can make decisions and people can have great debate on them. They can disagree with them. I can't promise you we're going to get all of them right, but we're going to be upfront about why we do things.
It's amazing. It really is. With all the sports and things going on in St. Louis, a transaction will be the most talked about thing. It won't be the last time. That's for sure, as you mentioned. Here's what I thought you were going to do. I thought that you were going to have Sajasi go and get more at-bats. And then Velasquez, that's great what you did in spring training. Let's see if you can do it up here. And if he can't, then you make the switch. So let's do it in reverse. So what if Velasquez starts tearing it up in Memphis? Is that an easy call to bring him up and you have to make the roster move then?
Well, it's definitely going to push us. We did talk about that, obviously, especially losing Thomas for the WBC. And as Italy made a deeper and deeper run, they started playing other guys. He didn't get to play every day. And even when you are playing every day for a WBC team, you're really not, because there's off days and there's just different things that happen. So cool atmosphere to get him in that pressure situation. But it did cost him some at-bats. Now, at the same time, let's remember he had a pretty good spring too. Like, he hit, and we asked some different things of him in terms of learning the outfield, and he actually looked pretty good out there, albeit it was a very limited sample because he didn't get to do that when he was with Team Italy. So it's not like he did anything to lose his spot other than not being there. And, obviously, with Nelson not being on the roster right now, not being on the 40-man, that is something you factor in. It's not the entire thing, but it's not a free lunch to start out one way and try to switch to the other. And so that all played into it. And again, spring training, you couldn't ask anything more from this guy, but you're also kind of zooming out and looking at the whole roster and the whole resume. And like I said, if he pushes us by going out and killing it in Memphis, then we'll obviously need to look at that and be responsive to it.
I'll give the rest of the lineup because I know our fans, they're sitting in the car like, Ackerman, come on, man. You said you were going to give the lineup. Where is it? So Weatherholt, Herrera batting second as the DH, Burleson at first, then Wynn is at cleanup as the shortstop, followed by Gorman, Walker in right, Church in left. Church looked really good in spring, got to say. Pajes behind the plate, and Victor Scott the second is batting ninth and playing center field. So your outfield, I think, was most talked about. We just mentioned Velasquez. Church, Scott, Walker. If you can evaluate what you have, I think we know what you have in the infield, what you have in the outfield, and what you envision here.
Yeah, I think, it kind of is peripheral to the discussion about Velasquez that, I think it may have gone a little unnoticed how nice of a spring Nathan Church had. And coming into the year, this is someone that we felt really good about, that just the game sped up on him a little bit when he was in the big leagues last year. But you look at this guy, the defense is there, the ability to change the game on the bases is there. And it's not just being able to go get him, it's also being able to throw guys out. And the only thing he didn't do last year in the big leagues is hit, but he's always hit on his way up the ladder. Sure, there's some adjustments you have to make at the highest level, and he'll probably still have to make some adjustments. But he seemed to slow it down this spring and definitely earn his spot on the club. And especially, against a right-handed pitcher like we're facing today, that's a pretty good starting point when you get the platoon advantage and you can really defend and you can run. So we're excited to give him some runway through this. And, Vic, we've talked all winter about how excited we were about some of what he was able to do this winter. Obviously, now it's time to put it into practice, but we know what he can do in terms of the defense. And you talk about the ability to run. It's up there with literally anybody in baseball. Hopefully we get into a little more offense this year. But, with him hitting ninth, obviously we know some things that he is going to do, and we'll see where the bat goes. And then obviously Jordan. We talked about Jordan all spring. You and I talked about it, the last time we talked on Sunday. And it was nice to see him have a couple good games at the end of spring and start to actually show on the field some of what he had been working on all offseason, working on through spring. I know this was a hot topic too, and it was just something where, I give the staff a lot of credit that they never wavered on the conviction that he needs to be here. Yeah, he's going to have to continue to work. It's not like just because he made the club that now that work is over. No, it needs to continue. That this is worth sticking with because of how he's been going about his work. And we started to see it translate a little bit. Hopefully we continue to see that and we can build from there.
Heim Bloom, when we were talking to Bill DeWitt III during the last show, he said that at one point in his interview with you, he felt like you were interviewing him. He said, and then he said,
this is honestly one of the hardest hitting questions I think I'm lining up to have gotten in 2+ years here.
And then he said, you know what? At one point I thought, did I get the job? Is that what the interview process was like for you? Did you turn it around on the Cardinals when you were here?
God, how do I answer that? Shoot. Well, I'll put it this way. You like to think of these up. First of all, I don't take for granted, obviously, the privilege that it is to be in this seat. And that is definitely something that is their decision, not mine, for sure. But you also, I view it this way whenever I'm hiring. You want it to be a mutual fit. And I would always invite candidates to turn the tables on me when I'm interviewing people. And, hey, what do you got for me? Let's make sure this is a fit for everybody. Let's make sure you know what you're getting into. So I guess you could say I took it on myself to do that. Maybe you get to a certain point in life and your career where you have fewer what's left to give and you just want to get to the right answer. So, I guess guilty as charged in a sense, but, it was all, I think it all worked out. I'm here, so they couldn't,
so
he couldn't have hated it that much.
So Bill DeWitt's hired.
Yes.
He's hired. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
that was the question ultimately.
Yeah, I think he was worried.
Yeah, he made it.
Very good.
His last thing here is that his dad is the chairman, but there are a lot of owners. You met with them down in Jupiter. What was their reaction to what you're doing, what you're building? And do you feel like you have the backing? Do you have the resources to strike here in the next couple of years to add what you need?
I feel that will be the case. I mean, they've been nothing but supportive, the entire ownership group. And you could feel that this spring. I mean, obviously everything that's gone down on the facility, all the things that we've invested in as far as the infrastructure, staffing, all the new initiatives, the new tech, these are the things that they understand the importance of our own homegrown core to winning consistently here, because they know that's how this team always wins, when it wins consistently. And so they've been willing to invest in that. And, history will show you, they've always, when we have been in a position competitively where it's really going to make a difference, and where a revenue situation is going to support it, they've always invested in this roster. And so I have no doubt that, when the time is right, they're going to do that. One of the things I respect about them, and long have, as just someone who's worked in baseball for a couple decades, is they've been really consistent about how they wanted to do that. It's not to splash the pot. It's not to do things just for headlines. It's not to throw caution to the wind. It's to do it smartly. It's to do it to build around a core. It's to do it in a way that you can actually sustain it and not end up falling off a cliff because everybody gets old and expensive all at once. They've never wanted to operate that way just for headlines. And it's actually something you really respect, or at least I do as an executive in this business, is just how consistent they've been with that. Our job is to build to that point. And I believe that, I know how badly they want to win. So I believe it's going to be there.
Appreciate your time very much. Thank you for doing this. Always great to see you, and enjoy opening day here in St. Louis.
I plan on it. Thank you.
President of Baseball Operations, Heim Bloom, with us on KMOX. We are live at Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village. We'll take a break. The voice of the Cardinals, John Rooney, Cardinals broadcaster, right alongside Ricky Horton, with us next on KMOX.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
Well, it's going to be hot today. You knew that. 83 degrees right now. We're going to see a high of around 93 on this opening day.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-478-6430 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-478-6430. That's 800-478-6430. What do you have to lose? Call 800-478-6430. Again, 800-478-6430.
Guys, it is the best time of year for college basketball, and my friends at FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of KMOX, mine as well, are doing some really cool things. If you haven't signed up for FanDuel yet, you've been waiting, or you just haven't gotten around to it, or maybe you just got knocked out of your tournament bracket and you're looking for some more fun. Well, right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 days if your bet loses. So here's how it works, and it's really simple. You place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. And you can even mix things up too if you want to. Go for some same game parlays if you want a shot at a bigger payout. All you need to do to play more, all you need to do to play all the way through the championship game is go to FanDuel.com/Missouri to sign up. Just remember, you have to be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions do apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is the Gas House Gang from KMOX.
Bernie Nicholas and the Gas House Gang, today at noon on America's Sports Voice, KMOX.
The beautiful sound of baseball in St. Louis. It is opening day. We are here at Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village with Chris Ranji. I'm Tom Ackerman. The voice of the Cardinals, John Rooney, is here. Ricky Horton will be right alongside him for the broadcast today, along with Mike Claiborne and Jim Jackson. It is great to see you guys. How are you?
Well, it feels like July out there today.
Oh, my Lord, does it ever.
It does. It really does. This is, I don't guess, 1984 was my first opening day that I got a chance to be a part of, and they have all not disappointed, and I know today won't for all of us.
Can we start with Jim Jackson, the Missouri Sports Hall of Famer? Yeah. He will be at the controls today for another opening day and another season of Cardinal baseball.
And Missouri Broadcasters Association Hall of Famer Jim Jackson. Now, Jim, when I came here, Mike Shannon said the most important guy in the booth is not Mike Shannon or me, it's Jim Jackson, and he's right. Jim Jackson, Ryan Schulte has done a nice job taking the road games and working in spring training, and they're just a pleasure to be around, and they're real pros.
You know, it's like anything else, and you guys know it in the radio business. Everything's a team, and if you got a bad link on your team, you're in trouble. And honestly, Jim helps kind of glue us all together, and along with Claves and Matt Pauley in the pre and post, and Joe Pye. I mean, it is a team thing, and team's ready to go.
And you've all spent quite a bit of time in Florida during spring training, but there gets to be a point for everybody where you're ready for the season to start. You must feel like, okay, let's go.
You can only eat so much fresh fish. I mean, and then
it's actually a great diet.
I know it is, and trust me, I did it for 2 months down there, and I know it was great. And I think you get to the point where you're anxious to see the regular team, the frontline guys, and they're going to be young too. But the spring training games are still spring training games, and when you at the end of the day, when you say that doesn't count, that you want more, and I think that's where we are now.
And what it means, you take a look at the record, it means the Cardinals minor leaguers were better than the other team's minor leaguers.
Right.
The way they came back late, and we saw some really good young talent and guys competing there to impress Oliver Marmol and his coaching staff, and Heim and his staff, and certainly the people who are going to be assigning them in the minor leagues. So I think they got a whole lot out of their moment being with the major league team. But it's nice to have a scorebook that doesn't have 386s on it or 495s and try to figure out who's pitching and which number 95's playing in the outfield. That's always the fun part about finishing up spring training. But I think the guys for the last week, 10 days, they've been about ready to come north and play a game like today.
Ricky, I think this pitching staff is better than last year's.
Yeah, I think it's going to be deeper too. I think there are guys like Gordon Graceffo, who pitched on Team Italy, didn't really get a chance to show much because he was gone a lot and his team was good. But he's a guy that probably deserves to be in the big leagues right now. But there are other arms, and so you've got to have kind of the guys that are down in the minor leagues to kind of come back and forth. And I think the depth of the bullpen especially is going to be good. And Matthew Liberatore has taken some jumps ahead, and I think Palante took a jump or two ahead from where he was at the end of the year last year. So, there's hope. And McGreevy was as sharp as anybody that we saw in spring training. So there's some positives on both the starting side and the relieving side, but still got to get it done.
And with the acquisitions like Richard Fitz, there are reinforcements,
yes.
It feels like.
Yeah,
we haven't seen Dobbins yet.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
We've seen him throw, so he's been throwing. Dobbins
but he didn't cover first base. They didn't want him doing that and re-injuring the leg. They want him strong at some point in the season, because we're going to need more pitching. I mean, that's just the way it goes. We need probably about 900 pitchers to get through a major league season overall with ineffectiveness and injuries. I used to say 700, but I think it's a lot higher than that now.
And Motts, Bryson Motts, the guy who was the Cardinals minor league pitcher of the year last year, he was sharp the times I saw him. And Quinn Matthews actually kind of started pitching like he did 2 years prior when he was absolutely unhittable. He's got great stuff. Now he's got kind of more things to learn about controlling the strike zone, but as a left-handed guy, he's not too far away.
John, you've been around baseball a long time. What makes this special on opening day in St. Louis?
Well, all these people right now coming downtown early, leaving the house probably 6:30 or 7 o'clock for many of them to come down to get a good parking place and be a part of Ballpark Village, get into the ballpark and be situated for that 2:30 program to see the Clydesdales come through the wagon gate, then watch the parade of the Hall of Famers. I'll tell you what, it makes it special, the Hall of Famers for the Cardinals and the Baseball Hall of Famers in Cooperstown. But we're missing Bob Gibson and Lou Brock and Red Schoendienst and Bruce Sutter and we're missing Stan. And it's just a legacy that we can hold on to. We have that time with those Hall of Famers. And I think that makes today very special, because when you have Ozzie Smith and Ted Simmons who are going to be here, a part of that, it's very special.
And there's 40 alumni that are going to be at the ballpark today. And there is nobody, I promise you, there's nobody in baseball that can get anywhere close to that. I don't care how big a city you're in. They do not have 40 former players that believe it's important enough for them to come down here, wear their red like everybody else is here. I mean, nobody has to check, what color do I wear today? I mean, that's a pretty foregone conclusion here in St. Louis. And to have that many former players, not just the Hall of Fame guys, not just the Red Jackets, but there's just a slew of other guys that are going to be at the ballpark today.
Detroit and Cincinnati used to be the first teams to open up the season, and Cincinnati has their parade downtown and all that. And we've been a part of opening day in Cincinnati in the past. It's nothing like this, though.
And to build on that, there are more Hall of Famers, Cardinals Hall of Famers that are coming. Yadier Molina, Albert, and Waino. I mean, there are some
all
guys.
4 on the ballot deserve to be in the Cardinals Hall of Fame.
And they will be.
This
And
year's
they
ballot.
will be. And they're coming, and I know fans will love that experience whenever that happens for all of those guys. But, even the kind of the recent inductees that are going to be here, I mean, just to have, Edgar Renteria at the ballpark and to have, Isringhausen and Al Raboski, for goodness sakes. Al is iconic in St. Louis and in Cardinals Nation. Everybody knows Al. His title is actually ambassador, and no one in the world has a better title than that. That fits Al to a T.
It's perfect.
He's the happy Hungarian now.
Yes.
When I look at this roster, I wonder who's going to be next. Who are going to be the next household names in St. Louis? And the first batter that you see today, that lineup just came out. I am so excited, John, to see J.J. Weatherholt and his fan base come together.
I'm excited to see him have success, failures, adjustments, more success, because I think his personality, his work ethic, where he is in his career, Ricky, and I think you feel the same way.
Yeah.
He's built to do all of that and start a really good career. And I'm excited what we saw from Jordan Walker the last 3 days of spring training. When you said, Jordan, you read that he put all the noise aside and he's just reacting. Boy, did he react after he challenged a strike 3 call and won it, and then hit one a mile to left field for a home run against Houston. That was nice to see. He had a good game against the Mets. And we need him. We need Gorman. We also need to have Victor Scott II getting on base, where he can just annoy the daylights out of the pitching staff, steal bases, score runs, and that's going to help that good pitching staff be a little bit stronger.
So that stop thinking and just start reacting, and that's something I'm going to try to do a little bit more too. Sounds like good advice. It works for Jordan Walker. Why not for me in my golf game, I guess. But I do think that Weatherholt got the perfect personality to be a big leaguer. He walks like a big leaguer. He talks like one. He has confidence coming out of his ears, but no arrogance. But and the coachability part is what Ollie continues to talk about. If
so did Jose Oquendo.
Yeah, if there's something that not going right, okay, well, let's work on it. And we're working on his backhand, for an example, in spring training. So that he spent hours doing that. It's like, okay, I got to get better at it. Colton Wong was there helping him, and Oquendo was there helping him. Of course, the big league staff does too. But the idea is he's not going to take criticism and go in the corner and sulk and pout. He will not. And I've been around players that do that, and they don't stay around as long as the guys that kind of take it and learn from it and get better.
Ricky and Rooney, this is also a young team. It's going to be one of the youngest teams in the majors. When you played with the Cardinals or the Sox or the Dodgers, were you ever on a team that was young like this one?
The 85 team had a lot of young players that became the core players at the end of the year, but they were kind of, nobody really knew much about it. Now, we did have, some older players at Bob Force. We had, some star players that were older. Even Ozzie was a little older than that, but, Terry Pendleton was young, and Todd Worrell was young, and Ken Daly was young, and they weren't much different.
That's our Louisville lineup.
Yeah, that was kind of the group that John and I were together with in Louisville. And so Kirk Kepshire won 10 games and kind of came out of the blue, and everybody got better, which is what you want. And we're in the development business right now. I know you guys just chatted with Heim Bloom, and that's a word that is just been all over spring training, all over the offseason, is the idea of developing. And, the idea is to get better, and you want all those young guys to get better, some of them to get way better, and that might happen, where they just – you didn't hear of him before, but you sure know him now.
When Jerry Manuel got the job of the White Sox in Chicago, they had a roster that was extremely young, a bunch of nobodies with one big name, Frank Thomas. He had no protection in the lineup. Their slogan was, the kids can play. I got in trouble about 2 months in when I said, Ed, no, they can't. And they
you find out, right?
They didn't improve. Oh, I got in trouble for that. But
did Jerry get on you?
No, oddly enough, he didn't. It was the marketing department. No, the kids can't play.
Beware of that.
I used to make a copy of my lineup card that I printed out for Ed Farmer. And there were times where I'd mess up and print the same team on both sides if I got in a hurry, or if the printer happened to pick up another page that I didn't notice. So Ed goes over the visiting lineup for the Diamondbacks on the first game in the spring down in Tucson. Then he flips the card and he goes, "Oh, John, I think you copied the same lineup." I go, "No, Ed, that's our lineup." Tyrone Pendergrass leading off. That's the only name I remember out of it. And Frank Thomas was hitting third, but Frank was batting about 250 until he got some protection. we have better talent and players in this young group than that group. And I'm really excited. They're not expected to win. And a team that's not expected to win and you tell them they can't do something, they're going to go out to prove you wrong. And I love their attitude, their smiles, their work ethic. That has made spring training very special this year.
And hearing John talk about the past and some of the moments that he's had and the experiences that he's had makes me kind of very thankful that he's the voice of the Cardinals, that you introduced him as that. And Ford Frick nominee during the winter, and that is a very
congratulations to Joe Buck winning that honor.
Winning that, but for John to be nominated is also a wonderful honor, and I think Cardinal fans, like to have that voice of John. There's something about the voice of spring and the voice of summer, and spring training we did our thing, but now that it's opening day, that voice of John Rooney describing the game, describing what the feel of the ballpark is all about is one of my favorite things about radio.
It is the absolute best to be the soundtrack of summer, which today with this weather you actually are.
We feel it.
Yeah.
We feel it today.
We jumped right into August.
We'll feel it Saturday too, and Sunday. I heard you make the comment about people are upset about Tampa Bay opening. I don't think anybody cares who the opening day opponent is. You're going to play them anyway.
Yeah.
Sometimes during the season. I wish we didn't have the level of interleague play that we have.
Yeah.
The best interleague play to me is still in October.
Yeah.
When you play the other league for the World Series. But it's part of the game, and if you don't embrace it, then you're going to get lost with it. And I do like seeing the talent on the other teams. Tampa Bay is going to put a very competitive team out there on the field. They're going to have to run up against the great talent they have ahead of them that finished above them last year, including the Blue Jays, who went all the way to the World Series and came within an inch of beating the LA Dodgers. But I'm happy they're here. Kevin Cash,
there's a lot of intrigue here with Heim Bloom. This being his former team,
and it's a long way to travel for their fans, and so they haven't, and everybody here is wearing red. So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's great. Libby going up against him, it's going to be great. By the way, I'd love if someone could beat the Dodgers. That'd be great. No more championships for them.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
well, didn't we win the season series over the Dodgers last year? See?
That's right. Somebody hold them down. Gentlemen, thank you. Have a great call today, and always great to be with you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Let's go get some kegs and eggs.
All right, let's go.
If you find the kegs or eggs, let us know.
Holy cow.
John Rooney, Ricky Horton with us. We'll take a break. We'll come back with much more from Cardinals Nation inside Ballpark Village right after this.
Calling all runners. Register now for the Cardinals 5K on Saturday, April 18th, and you can take a victory lap on the field at Busch Stadium. Don't miss this chance to bring the whole family for a fun St. Louis 5K race that brings fans together to support kids in the community. The Cardinals 5K, Saturday, April 18th. Register now at cardinals.com/5K. And for more information, just head to KMOX.com/events.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's opening day.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Chris Ronchi and Tom Ackerman on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
PCD, the blowtorch. KMOX Radio.
That's right,
104.1 FM, 1120 AM, Odyssey app, MLB app. We're all over the place. It's very exciting to be with you. By the way, if you haven't noticed, the Cardinals did release, that's a question we get a lot. We are a radio station. However, we are partners with the Cardinals, and we are obligated to tell you, of course, where you can get this game on television. We want you to experience all of that. The game will be on 104.1 FM and 1120 AM. I'll repeat that. But
obviously,
the game's all over the place, and the channels are out. So it's probably one of the biggest questions we get is this game going to be on TV or what? Yes, all the channel numbers have been released. I'm not going to start reading them because I'll leave somebody's out. There are at least 20 of them.
There's a website, cardinals.com/watch. Mm-hmm. And if you go to that, it'll tell you what your provider number is. Cardinals.com/watch.
In Gas House Gang style, I think we should go through a few of the comments. I don't disagree with Bloom, but ask him if Walker had more options left. Would he be in Memphis and Velasquez up? We didn't have time because I didn't see that comment until we started talking to him. But they're going to go with Walker.
Yeah.
Those are different things. It was not related. Velasquez was not related to Walker and vice versa.
I think there's just not any question Walker's got to be on this team. Is it going to be a short leash like when we talked to Matt Adams yesterday? He thought it might be a month. And if he looks really bad, then they'll make some sort of move. And maybe that's the case, but I just don't think there's any debate. Jordan Walker has to be on this team. He needs to start. He needs to figure out, or they need to try to help him figure out if he can reach the potential they thought he had. He's got the draft pedigree. He was their top prospect at one point. There's no reason to abandon him just yet. That time could come, and it may come this season, but you just don't do it right now.
We had a question as to why Wynn is hitting cleanup. That's not really, and again, we're just looking at the comments now. It's not a question for Heim necessarily. It's a question for Ali.
Yeah.
Who
he's had something like 9-10 plate appearances leading off in his career. I think it's something like that.
But why is he the cleanup hitter and not somebody else with some power is a fair question for Ali Marmol, which will be addressed in the pregame show coming up at 1:35 as that lineup just came out. Furthermore, I think it's important just to note the rundown of what's happening here. And for those of you who are just coming in, another question we get is, when do the Clydesdales come out? The Clydesdales are at 2:30. I would highly recommend that around 1 o'clock you get yourself motivated to get in line. The security is what it is at the ballpark. It's going to be a slow-moving line. Get into your seat by 2 so that you can get that hot dog and beer or whatever you got to get and be in your seat by 2:30 when the Budweiser Clydesdales come out. You want that place to be a full house, because once that happens, then the ceremony happens, all the Hall of Famers and the current players. That's going to be a really good time.
Tom, I was promised that Cash the Clydesdale would be coming into Cardinals Nation. I don't see any horses.
What? You can't fit it. You're going to do that?
I don't see any horses.
That is not happening.
It's nonsense.
I don't know who told you that.
I was lied to.
I want to know who that unnamed source is.
I think it was Amy.
We'll get to the bottom of it. Coming up next, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler. They're going to take you up to 1:30 for Cardinals pregame. Matt Pauley is inside the stadium for a 1:35 network pregame. Then we have, as previously sitting right here, John Rooney, Ricky Horton, Mike Claiborne, Jim Jackson have the broadcast. After the game, Matt Pauley and Joe Pott have your postgame. For Chris Ranji, I'm Tom Ackerman. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to James O'Sullivan back in the studio, who's working on things there. Matt Pajeski on site. We'll be back with more right after this.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Wesley Financial. Think before you post a picture of your vacation, especially if you're away from home. You don't know who's watching.
Most of the time we think when we post online we're on vacation, it's our friends looking, but there are some nefarious folks that are following you.
Travel vlogger Mark Walters says that status update about your 2-week vacation is an invitation to scammers and burglars.
Your house is not going to be occupied by yourself.
I'm Rob Hart.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
If you live in Missouri, have Medicaid, and need a caregiver, this message is important. Care at home is personal. That's why you may not want a stranger in your home to take care of you. You want someone who already knows you and your daily routines. With Freedom Care, you choose a trusted family member, a friend, or a neighbor. They will get paid after every shift to care for you, and it's 100% free to you. More than 70,000 people have already joined the Freedom Care family. Call your local Freedom Care. They'll check your Medicaid eligibility. Don't wait until a stranger shows up at your door. If you have Medicaid and need help at home, this care is available 100% free to you. Call Freedom Care now to see if you qualify. 314-907-0892. 314-907-0892. That's 314-907-0892.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Rhino Shield is far superior to even the best traditional exterior house paint. Rhino Shield is 8 to 10 times thicker than paint and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Rhino Shield is the only ceramic coating company that has been chosen by Disney, This Old House, and 3 times on HGTV's Curb Appeal, where every episode is concentrated on unpainted brick, bonds and seals to stucco, wood, hardy, block, color lock, masonite, and more. No better product for those steel aluminum-sided homes that have become, chalky and tired looking. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. After 15 years, we've got a great reputation and a superior product. As long as it's affordable, why wouldn't you do it? Before you make the costly mistake of painting with traditional paint, you'd be best served to call Rhino Shield today. We are the experts and our evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Celebrating 100 years of informing and entertaining. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood, the voice of St. Louis.
It is 12 o'clock. It's 84 degrees with sunshine. I'm Debbie Monterey, and the news is sponsored by Michael's Flooring Outlet, the flooring experts, michaelsflooringoutlet.com.
Lots of young players. They're hungry.
That's Cardinals President Bill DeWitt III talking about this year's Cardinals team.
It's a different feel, but it's very exciting for me because it's like laying that foundation for building for the future. And that foundation we're seeing right in front of us.
Of course, we will, after this news, check in with Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler at the ballpark. The pregame starts at 1:30. It's a 3:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium, and you can hear all of that right here on KMOX. President Trump warns Iranian negotiators to, quote, get serious soon before it's too late. But Iran's foreign minister says they won't negotiate. CBS News contributor and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster.
He wants a quick war. He wants it to be over. He markets that reality, and he hopes that, that life, reality will move toward what he's talking about.
President Trump at his cabinet meeting this morning.
It's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything.
St. Louis County is seeing a spike in overdoses at emergency rooms this month.
During the week beginning March 1st, 2026, our county recorded 49 suspected overdose-related emergency department visits. In the most recent spike, that number rose to 53. Dr. Kanika Cunningham says the overdoses are from a variety of drugs, including fentanyl, other opioids, and cannabis, but they're seeing a big increase in a drug known as rhino tranquilizer that does not respond to naloxone or Narcan, which reverses opioid overdoses. Cunningham says those numbers don't include people who overdosed and were treated outside of hospital emergency rooms. A civil trial over the death of a 3-year-old at a St. Francis County daycare is underway. The short day only introduced one witness, a member of the sheriff's department, and photos of the weighted blanket that was pulled over 3-year-old Conrad Ashcraft, eventually suffocating him to death. The tag on the blanket said its size and weight was intended for adults, outright saying not for use with children. The defendant and owner of that daycare, Spring Gray, wasn't present for the trial. She's missed many hearings and is currently without counsel, according to court records. From the KMOX business desk, plumbers are retiring faster than they can be replaced. Matt LaMartina of Tony LaMartina Plumbing tells the Business Journal more licensed journeyman plumbers are needed to meet demand, but county regulations requiring a 1-to-1 ratio of apprentices to journeyman plumbers and one apprentice for a master plumber is too strict, especially, he says, as the retirement rate accelerates. A county committee is currently reviewing the code, but not everyone supports the changes. Currently, there are fewer than 1,400 plumbers available to service more than 406,000 housing units in the county.
Mostly sunny, breezy, and hot this afternoon. High 94, breaking the record of 87 from 1991. That will also mean a new all-time March record. The old was 92, set on March 24th, 1929. Becoming mostly cloudy tonight, there'll be a couple of thunderstorms later on that can produce hail and damaging winds before that tapers to a late-night shower. It'll become breezy and turn much colder late with a low of 40. Tomorrow, a shower early, mainly near and southeast of the city. Otherwise, breezy and dramatically colder as clouds give way to some sun, the high just 56. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk, I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg on 104.1 FM, KMOX.
It is sunny and 84 degrees. I'm Debbie Monterey, KMOX News.
Live from Cardinals Nation Restaurant inside Ballpark Village, it's Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Broadband, and by Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House St. Louis. Now, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day.
Welcome to opening day on KMOX. Glover and Wheeler here with you at Cardinals Nation. It's going to be hot as hell, but right now it's beautiful.
I mean, if you're on the stream, you're going to see my sweat marks on my ribs, man.
Didn't know we're on the stream.
Yeah.
What's up? You look enormous.
That's because I'm really close to the camera.
No, it's because you're enormous, but you do look more enormous. I look small.
Well, that's because you're
right
in the background. Like you're like 3 feet further back.
So we have Al Roboski coming up at 12:30. We have Scott Terry coming up at 1. And someone walks by us, we'll grab them.
Heck yeah.
A lot of dignitaries around here.
Yeah, we already had a chance to say hello to John and Ricky. We had a chance. I'm bummed that we missed Polo and Benji earlier. I know they were on earlier with Ron and Amy. Got a chance to say hello to Heim Bloom. That was nice.
Yeah, we got to meet Heim.
Yeah.
It was so funny because Kevin met him first, and he said something to him. And then I met him, and he looked at me, and he goes, "Same goes for you." And I'm like, well, this could be good or bad. I don't know.
You sure you want that? You don't know what he told me.
I don't know what Kevin said. It's so weird. He tried to borrow $20.
I know. I mean, it is opening day.
I gave him $100 and said, this is it for the season.
And there's no cash available to use in the stadium anyway.
That's right. Yeah, what the hell do you need $20
Maybe that's
for?
the cost of getting the contact info.
Don't turn around
I would
right
charge.
now.
What's that?
Tom Ackerman's behind you.
Tom Ackerman.
And he's wearing
I
a
love
suit.
Tom Ackerman. He told me he's going to change when he gets to the ballpark. Like when he goes, because he's going to be in the seats. He'll be probably, mixing with us for a bit, but he's gonna get a.
Are you in the suite with me today?
I think so.
Better be.
I don't have a ticket, but I got a press credential, so I can go where I need to.
It's a good day to be in the suite.
Yeah.
Really good day.
Oh, you're not kidding, man. You're not kidding at all. But you know what, though? Like, I think, I don't know if I'm doing the math right, but I think this is my 20th opening day.
Yeah.
And we, when you're thinking about all the variations of opening day, you've had all the rain ones where like, oh, they can't bring the Clydesdales out. That's such a bummer. We've had warm ones, but nothing like this. 93.
Well, it's supposed to be the hottest day we've ever had in March ever.
And I think, if I'm reading this correctly, I think the wind's blowing out.
Oh. Hey, let's talk about the lineup.
Yeah.
The lineup's out.
Yeah, so obviously opening day, the Cardinals game is still, 3 hours away. But on opening day, they put the lineups out a little earlier than they normally do. And, again, it's opening day. But I thought that, it's cool to see that J.J. Weatherholt's going to bat leadoff.
Very cool.
And does he stay there all year? Who knows, right? I mean, he's a rookie. He could have his ups and downs. You could see him move down the lineup. But he has the skill set to be up there. He gets on base. He's a quality hitter. He'll set the table for the guys behind him. You've got Herrera after him. So your best hitter batting second, which is, for a lot of old school fans, a little weird, right?
Yeah.
But for modern baseball, that's normal. That's where Aaron Judge hits. That's where the best guy hits is the 2 spot.
For a guy that didn't make it out of Corey League, and the fourth guy is the cleanup hitter, and he plays shortstop.
Oh my
pitches.
God! Yeah.
How is it different today, and why?
So what we understand now, like again, it's just a matter of being able to process a lot of information, right? So computing is what went into it, and people will be, I hate analytics. But what it will show you is just how results are over time. Well, you get 30, 40 more plate appearances a year every spot you move up the lineup.
Okay.
So if you're batting fourth, let's say you get 500. Well, if you move up,
why did it take us that long to figure that out?
I don't know, but see, because for a long time we just didn't think about why we're doing things.
Okay.
So the old lineup would be speed guy leading off. It would be a guy that can bunt, that can hit and run, that can move a guy around after that. And then your best hitter would hit third. Then your next best hitter would hit fourth. And then after that, depending on your lineup, you would either go back to contact or you would stick with power, just kind of depended on who you had. And now what we know is, well, obviously you want your best hitters to play the most, to get the most at bats. So when they hit first and second, it's why Ohtani bats leadoff. He could easily have been the old school 3-hole hitter.
Mm-hmm.
So what you'll notice is big hitters, a guy like Herrera, for example, won't have the RBI total that you would think of like when Albert was doing it.
Yeah.
Because Albert was in a more traditional lineup, batting third in the way that they set it up. But, Tony La Russa was ahead of his time because Tony believed in damage in the 2-hole. He was one of the first guys to break away from the hit and run bunt guy hitting second. He liked Chris Duncan hitting second. He liked Jim Edmonds hitting second. He liked having danger in that second spot. And then because it kind of forces someone to pitch to that guy when Albert's behind him.
Yeah.
So Tony was innovative in those ways. And, he and Dave Duncan had their own analytics, and it was just a series of notebooks in a giant trunk.
I saw a TikTok with Albert today.
Oh, yeah?
And they were asking Albert, could you get a hit today?
Oh, yeah, he could.
He said, absolutely not. And he meant it. And they said, how far back would you have to go? And he said, my last season. Said 2022.
No.
He said it's just so much harder than people think. So he picked up a bat the other day and swung it a little bit, and he's like, forget it.
Oh, no, he took BP the other day, and there was video of it on Twitter. And one of the commenters was like, Albert, he can still do it. And I was like, that doesn't look like his old. Because, look, he's obviously saying the same thing, right? I mean, you're talking about when you stop doing something. Now, I think he's being humble when he says he couldn't get a hit. If you gave him 20 at-bats, he's going to get one hit, right? He's going to be somebody that can find a bite to hit it there, somebody that can find a way to drive a ball into the outfield, to do something. But when you're talking about, doing it regularly, no way. No, when you're out for as long as he is, and then when you're out because you shut it down, not because you're hurt or whatever, but you shut it down, it's hard to get it back. Your body just won't move the same. That's why guys never come back in baseball. You ever notice that? You don't see too many guys. It's occasional, and usually it's pitchers. You don't see too many hitters who retire and then try to make a comeback because it's gone. Once you lose that, it's over.
I heard Ron's talking on my drive in about how some people are a little disappointed that we're not playing the Cubs or the Reds or a division rival. Tell me about the Marlins. What do you think about
the Rays? Yeah.
The Rays. I'm sorry.
Well, two things. I think this is a really interesting series for a lot of reasons. Number one, they're like the Cardinals. They're at the same basic level. They have a lot of the same questions. They're in a really tough division. They're probably going to finish last in their division, the Rays. At the end of the year, when you look up, you'll see the Cardinals and Rays will be almost the same record.
Okay.
So you're getting an opponent that's similar to you early, which I, as a fan, is entertaining because I want to see some good baseball. But also, Heim Bloom has his roots with the Rays. That was where he worked his way up, and then he ended up getting the big job in Boston. That didn't go the way he wanted it to because he got hosed by owners there.
Hosed.
I don't think he would say it that way, but I'll say it that way. He got hosed by the owners in Boston, and now he's here. So, you got the side story with Heim Bloom having his roots with the Rays. You have the angle that the Cardinals are trying to do some of the things that the Rays do on a regular, which is constantly develop new players and find new ways to be competitive. Where they didn't used to be as creative, they were much more straightforward. We have a plan. We're going to do this.
Yeah.
But Tampa's a fun team, and when you look at this lineup, I'm sure you saw him in the World Baseball Classic. You saw him play for the Dominican down in Miami. Junior Caminero is the kind of guy the Cardinals are trying to find. That international signing that isn't over the top, but he develops into a rock star, hitting 40+ home runs as a rookie last year. So that's what there are some similarities there, and what do you want a chance to have a good opening weekend? Do you want to face the Dodgers? Because I don't think you're going to like how that turns out.
A good point.
Get going with a little bit of grace is what I'm saying.
I was listening to you and Matt last night on my drive home, as I always do, and I thought it was very interesting and very honest, your assessment of our rotation and their ceilings.
Yeah.
We don't really have an ace.
No, that's what you're trying to find, right? Yeah. And, what we talked a lot about with Liberatore getting the opening day start, we've gotten some reaction from Cardinals fans. And I think it's fair reaction, like, that's not an opening day starter. Well, no, it's not. Unless you're a rebuilding team.
Yeah.
If you look around baseball at teams that are retooling, rebuilding, or they're just young, that's the kind of guy you're going to see starting today.
Yeah.
And maybe not nearly as high end as him. The guy that's pitching for the Rays is very good. His name's Drew Rasmussen, right-handed pitcher, 30 years old. Had a solid year last year, but he's really been hurt a lot over the years. He's starting opening day for them. And it's the same kind of thing, right? Except that Liberatore still has ceiling, man. I don't think we've seen the most that he's going to be able to be, because last year was his first year as a major league starter, and it came after a couple years working out of the bullpen. So what we saw last year, you saw it, first 2 months he was an all-star caliber pitcher. And then he ran into a bit of a wall because he hadn't carried that much of a workload. So they kind of backed it off, and they gave him some extra rest here and there. And then he finished with a great September. So I'd like to say that I think he's going to be better than last year. I don't know that he's ever going to be an ace, but he's a guy that has the upside to be more than he's been so far. That's why he makes a fun opening day. Although I'll tell you this, I'm really dying to see Dustin May.
Me too.
Out there in the real game in Cardinals uniform. Get Big Ginger going.
I didn't realize.
We need more representation in town.
Yes, you do. You're carrying the whole thing by yourself.
Oh, that's not true.
I didn't realize that Liberatore added so many innings in 1 year.
Oh, yeah. And look, he had pitched a fair number of innings in the minor leagues, as a starter there. So he had gotten close to that before, but it was 3 years before.
Yeah.
When you ramp that down, it takes time to come back. So, that's an interesting part of the storyline for the team too, because you have a lot more depth with pitchers now. You don't have old guys that are at the end. You have guys that are either like Dustin May, who's been good and trying to get back to that after having injuries and health problems. You got Liberatore, a guy that's trying to ascend. You got McGreevy, who has only had the 17 starts, but he's looked good. He doesn't have the ace ceiling either, but you can't have every guy you're developing plan to be an ace. You need fourth starters. So you need guys that can eat innings and do that inexpensively.
You're on the show with me. I use the quarter machine analogy a lot.
Yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, if you didn't grow up around a carnival, the quarter machine has a bunch of quarters, that little arm that pushes them off, and you're like, oh my gosh, so the next ones coming are going to make me rich. That's how I feel about the Cardinals farm system.
That's exactly that's the right analogy to use. Like, the reason that Heim Bloom went out and got so many young players is they're not all going to make it. So where the Cardinals in these past few years, the system hadn't been churning out enough players. So let's say you're churning out 6 players that you think can be major league players, and maybe some of them have the upside to be all-stars someday. Well, only 1 or 2 are going to make it. Well, if you turn that into 16 players or 20 players, now 3 or 4 make it.
It's like buying more lottery tickets.
That's exactly what it is. My favorite analogy for it, Dave, is like we all have done trivia nights, or if you're here, you can do the 50-50. If you're doing a 50-50 raffle, if you have one ticket, you have one chance. If you have 10 tickets, you have 10 chances, right? Your percentages go up. That's the same idea. And now you're going to work to make all of them good, but you just know through injuries and attrition, and look, some guys are just going to reach a ceiling and they can't go anymore. This is where you are now, especially with pitching. And they've not had this much pitching between AA and the majors in my memory.
Give me a couple names from the minors who you really hope we don't trade away.
I mean, all of them right now. Liam Doyle would be right at the top of the list because I'm not counting JJ because JJ's here. He's not a minor leaguer anymore.
He's one of us now.
Yeah, he's a St. Louisan now. So obviously Liam Doyle would be a guy I wouldn't want to do that with.
Liam's not a big guy, right?
He's big enough. He's like 6'2", I think.
Oh, is he really?
But he's big. Like he's big body, not fat, but like big shoulders, big legs, which is why he throws 100. Mass equals gas, man. And like I would say, Raniel Rodriguez is a guy you definitely don't want to trade. That could be your next superstar hitter. Will he be 100? Hold on, he's 19. But he's doing things at 19 that 19-year-olds typically don't do. You don't usually hit for power in the Florida State League as a teenager. I mean, you can see the card. If you looked at it, I think Matt Pauley pointed this out, maybe with us, but maybe on Redbird Rush Hour, Dave. If you look at the lowest scoring spring training teams in all of baseball, it's all the 4 teams down in Jupiter and Palm Beach. It's the Cardinals, the Marlins, the Nationals, and the Astros. That's not a coincidence. Those are really hard ballparks to hit in.
Yeah.
The wind can be weird. You're at sea level, so you've got no elevation to help the ball carry at all. Well, he went out in that environment and raked. That's not easy to do for a teenager who hadn't been to the States before that.
Yeah.
He had been playing in the Dominican before that. So he's a guy that's got crazy, crazy upside. So he would definitely be top of the list.
All right, Kev and I are taking you all the way to 1:35 to the pregame and the first pitch 3:15.
Yes, sir. That'll be. And they're pretty much on the money, man. And you want to be in your seats. We wrap up at 1:30 for a reason.
Yeah.
Because everybody's getting in their seats for the pregame ceremonies.
If you guys come down to pregame opening day, come into Cardinals Nation. We're over tucked into the corner. Say hello. Maybe buy me a Diet Coke.
Hey,
I don't got no money because I gave it to Heim Bloom.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
That's right.
That's a good point.
All right, going to take a quick break. You're listening to Opening Day on KMOX. We'll be right back.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Guys, baseball season is here. It is opening day, and FanDuel is going to make it even more fun than it normally is. Of course, FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of KMOX. It's my official sportsbook as well, and I own that streak longer than KMOX does. It's been my official sportsbook for a lot of years. And for baseball season, FanDuel's letting you choose your own reward for opening week. It's just customization that kind of changes how you experience the game. So I did this the other day, and I'm going to do it again and again. You go in, you choose your reward. I chose to guarantee my bet, right? So if I was wrong and I lose, well, I get bonus bets in return for that. You could choose the profit boost if you did, and I won. I had the Yankees last night minus a 1.5, and it worked out great for me on baseball's opening day. We'll see how it goes today for Cardinals opening day. So all you need to do to be a part of this, to be ready to play your game, is go to FanDuel.com/Missouri, and that's where you can choose your reward for Major League Baseball's opening week, and FanDuel is an official partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. You can see the terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to hit a home run with your backyard? Call Artistic Decks. We're celebrating 25 years of A-plus service with massive rollback pricing. Get a professional custom-built deck for less. Hit it out of the park with Artistic Decks. Call 314-280-0821 today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. It's opening
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day.
Welcome back, guys. I started saying DGS.
Kind of is right now.
Muscle memory. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler coming to you until 1:30 p.m. Our Bosky just walked into the area. We'll have him on at the bottom of the hour. Scott Terry's going to be with us at 1 p.m. But right now, a couple of real celebrities just walked in.
Oh, my gosh.
Rachel Zimmerman and Andrew Stolz from the DGS.
What's up?
Usually you don't get to just talk to people like this.
This is so cool. I don't think I've ever been on the air for opening day on KMOX.
Wow.
What
Me
an
either.
exciting, man, the energy down here today. I just got down here.
Yeah.
Crazy busy outside. Everybody is in such a good mood and ready to go. I mean, I'm just very happy to be here. This
God,
is
I wish
fun.
you could have seen us. I rode down the wheels, and then we had to walk through the crowd out there. Like,
Oh, my Lord.
the crowd.
I was your fullback.
And I was like Curious George following the man in yellow, and then I lost him, and my anxiety went crazy, and I'm like I can't get in without my dad.
Yeah.
That was us walking down here. I was like, Rachel will take the lead.
I did.
Rachel will
I
fight
led
through
us
the
here.
crowd.
Yeah. I'm usually a good guy to follow, except I'm really fast. Like I will.
Yeah.
It was packed, man. I mean, like from front to back. And we probably picked the wrong path.
I think we did.
probably should have gone around, but hey, you know.
Well, you're like one of those.
I'm a bulldozer. I'm
icebreakers.
just like,
Yeah, you just like make your own path.
That's exactly right. I'm like in the Arctic smashing the ice just to go through.
So what are you guys excited about?
I mean, I'm excited about this energy. Like I said, I'm excited for all of the opening ceremonies. I know you always really look forward to that,
Yeah.
Dave. And I'm sorry, I hate to say this. The number one thing I am excited about is getting a ballpark hot dog today.
Yes.
I cannot wait. I have been thinking about this for a long, long time.
I'll buy you a Stewie's hot dog if you like.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Get you guys a kosher dog.
Yeah, the cones cart. That's not too far from home plate either.
Now I like them plain, but Wheels is a big fan of the pastrami.
You got to do the pastrami dog. I've never, like before Stewie took me there, I never had pastrami in my life. Not one time. And he's like, you got to try it. And he goes, do it like this. Do it with some mustard. Boom. It's better than the regular. It's better than the regular hot dog.
I'm intrigued.
One time, Wheels, I took Rach and Andrew and Wiggins to the game.
Yeah.
And we took rickshaws back. And Andrew and Wiggins sat in one, and Rach and I sat in one. And the poor guy trying to pedal those two badasses back there. Oh, my God. Rach and I were like, this is so fun.
We are flying down Market Street right now.
Best time.
This is
He said
incredible.
we were the handsomest guys he'd ever met. So
Was it 2 years ago that we had the drunken cart driver?
Yes, and Andrew was sitting on the back.
Yeah, and I was sitting on
He got
Andrew
thrown
like 4
off.
times. And he's like, hold on. Well, he kept swinging, and so the car would start tipping. And I'm like trying to counterbalance the weight.
This dude's like ignoring all the lights. He's just running every light, running up on the sidewalk. Sorry about that, Rach. I just turned your headphones up.
Oh, it's okay.
That's funny. You just get on a cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going.
Like, you're in charge of me now. Please
Yeah.
take care of me.
Guy like Ricky Bobby, man. Gotta go fast.
Yeah, guy says, you want to ride? And we all go,
Yeah.
yeah. Do you have candy?
We don't want to walk 5 blocks. What are you talking about?
If you don't have a rickshaw, I guess we will. So. I think it's exceptionally cool today because 20 years from now, we and everyone here will be saying, man, I was at J.J. Weatherholt's very first game.
Yeah.
I saw
that
his
is
very
cool.
first at-bat.
Yeah. I mean, that's, that opening day. And think about this from like his perspective. We had Amarisa in the other day, and she was describing being in the Paralympics in the Olympic Stadium in Paris and how overwhelming that is because you're never in that environment. And then you walk out and there's tens of thousands of people and it's this huge arena. J.J. Weatherholt's never played at a big league ballpark, like not in a real game, right? I mean, minor league stadiums don't look like this.
Yeah.
They're one level. It's like what you saw at Roger Dean.
Yeah.
Right? So when these guys get here, the whole joke is when you have an upper deck or a third deck, it changes how it looks, how it feels, having, this will be a sellout today, 40-something thousand, 45, 50,000 people there. That's an impact, and that's not just for a guy like JJ. That's for some guys that haven't made opening day before either, like Matt Pichard, who's a Rule 5 pick. There's a bunch of guys that are doing this for the first time.
Yeah, just that energy, right? Like,
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of them are fully prepared,
Yeah.
like for what it's going to feel like. And it's long, right? So these guys are out there for a long. Well, first of all, they're outside. They're jumping on those trucks underneath the stadium, and they make the rounds. But I know that they really appreciate, and I know the part that we all appreciate is seeing all the red jackets down there. They get to go shake hands with the red jackets, and for them, I bet that's probably the highlight of the day.
I know I'm a middle-aged radio guy, not a ball player, but when I threw out that first pitch, probably scared's not the right word, intimidated, overwhelmed. It was just like, and I thought immediately, it's one thing to be very physically talented,
Yeah.
but the fact that all these guys can somehow make friends with being in front of 40,000 people.
that
all the time.
mentality is crazy. You got to work hard on that, I would assume. I don't think anybody's born with that, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, it's a lot of it. That's the difference between guys that are here and the guys that are in the minor leagues.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, they're physically. If you'd see some guys, you'll see guys in college. Like a bunch of years ago, I had my 14U team, and we were in Nashville when Vanderbilt was hosting a regional. So we decided to go to a game, and we're outside waiting to get in. And the bus for the University of Indiana pulls up, and their players walk off. They look like major league players. Like, these are colleges. They physically look like major league players. And our guys were like, oh, my God. Well, the difference between them and these guys is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They're just as big, just as strong, throw just as hard, but they don't have the rest of it yet. And if they ever will.
Yeah. Guys, it's a good day to be in the suite.
Yes,
It is.
Air conditioning.
I know.
Sweet for the
and,
sweet.
and look at all these famous people milling about. We've got you guys, Tom Acker. I mean, I'm looking around the crowd just here at KEGS and Eggs in the little KMOX section, and it's going to be a fun day.
Brian, the engineer, here.
Brian's here. Yeah, Brian, he and I are battling for the loudest person at Odyssey Studios.
One and only Matt Pacheski.
We were talking about it
Yeah,
the
of
other day,
course,
and we
Matt.
agree that we're there. We're
And you're both
equals.
ginger.
I know.
We only really
Something
need
about
one
that.
of you in this company.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, we got Pajeski too, but he's quiet.
Yeah, Matt doesn't count. Matt's his own thing.
That's just silent, like quietly keeping all of this together.
Yeah,
for
we
us.
call him the assassin.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's the assassin.
But you know what? 1 second. We're going to take a quick break.
Yep.
Thank you, Rach.
Of course. Thanks for having me
Thank
on.
you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Al Raboski will be with us next. It's Kevin Wheeler and Dave Glover coming to you from opening day at KMOX from Cardinals Nation. Quick break, right back.
Hey, it's Matt and Leslie Holiday. When we got to St. Louis, it wasn't long before we started searching for a way to give back.
We visited Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, and we knew this is where we belonged.
Always for Health has been going strong for 15 years and has made such an unbelievable impact on the hospital. I've won a World Series, but I consider the work we've done at Cardinal Glennon to be the greatest achievement.
Yes, your support truly makes a difference. Make your pledge for patients today at homeworksforhealth.org to benefit the devoted fund.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
All right, guys. We're down here at Cardinal Nation, just across from the ballpark, and it is hot. That's your forecast. It's hot now. It's going to be hot later. So right now we're looking at 87 with a real feel of 89. And then coming up later on, we'll get to 94 degrees, which is what it's going to feel like. So it's going to be a cool 94 here at the ballpark on KMOX.
So March is that time of year when a lot of us are thinking about fresh starts, maybe even getting a tax refund. Instead of spending that money on something temporary, what if you invested it in something that improves your home for decades? I'm talking about Universal Windows Direct Windows. They always have a great deal for DGS listeners. When you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with not only no interest, but no payments. It's pretty great. So you get 2 years to enjoy your windows without spending a dime. They're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. So when all the dust settles, take another $500 off. 314-334-2522. These guys have been great to me. They've been great to all of my clients. People just love Universal Windows Direct. Check them out online at universalwindowsdirect.com. 314-334-2522. universalwindowsdirect.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Bernie Miklas here for Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin comfort dealer that's been taking great care of St. Louis families since 1927. Dan Saliga is a 4th-generation owner-operator of this proud family business, and he is maintaining the highest of standards. The Miklas family has called on Saliga for many years, and we give them the highest marks for honesty, knowledge, and class. You won't have to worry about Saliga trying to fast-talk you into something you don't need. But if a repair is needed, Saliga will patiently explain all of your options and answer all of your questions. The Saliga family business is still going strong after nearly 100 years, and they believe they must earn your trust every time. Saliga will never take your business for granted. Saliga services all makes and models for home or business and offers free estimates and financing options. I recommend Saliga's Priority Club. It's a maintenance plan that will save you money by extending the life of your equipment. To find out much more, call Saliga at 314-481-7333 or visit SaligaHeatingandCooling.com.
Debuting Tuesday, March 31st, it's All Access with Cardinals manager Ollie Marmol. Get inside your Redbirds in the 2026 season every Tuesday at noon on your voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Welcome back, guys. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler from the DGS here with you at Cardinals Nation. We're here until 1:30. Scott Terry's going to join us at the top of the hour. Right now, we are honored and privileged to have our pal Al Raboski joining us. Al, it's always great to see you, my friend.
Thank you. It's always special opening day, and I was in charge of the heat.
Well done.
All right. So do you want credit or blame?
Well, I think the right answer was well done.
That's right.
Hey, I'll say this. It'll make for kind of a normal ball game, right?
Well,
you don't have any weird, cold or whatever.
Ball players prefer heat than to have the cold. And so this is the earliest we've ever had an opening day, and it's going to set a record for heat here in St. Louis. But, when I played, Red Janies was the manager. Lou, Gibby, Ted Simmons, they were all teammates. So the only thing we had was Stan, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
And then we had the Clydesdales. And so I loved opening day. I thought it was so special just because of the Clydesdales and then how it's evolved. I mean, this is very, very, very special. And I want fans, I know they're trying to figure out what's going to go on with this team, but really opening day is kind of a celebration of the past. And I think people have to, we've struggled the last 3 years, but if you think about it, the last 25 years, we had the best record in all of the third best record in all of baseball to the Yankees and Dodgers.
Yep.
And so a lot of pennants and world championships.
I think the same ranking when it comes to playoff wins also.
Well, that's what it
Yeah.
was. It really did. You got point system for, getting
Yeah.
the playoffs and then how far you went. And the Cardinals were third best. Now, we got a lot of work to do, but I think this is going to be a fun team to watch because they're all young and they all want to prove themselves. And it's going to be their team. And I think Ollie is looking forward to that challenge. He took over as manager, the youngest manager in baseball, and then he has a veteran ball club with a couple Hall of Famers on there.
Yeah.
And so, you're kind of treading lightly, but now they can all really grow together.
It is amazing how, when we all have our journeys, but you came here and you're looking up to all these guys, and opening day was so simple back then. And here you are, and now you're a big part of it. A very special day for you. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm so glad that the speech is over. So now I can enjoy
It was
things.
good, though, man.
It was good.
Well, but I mean,
Nerve-wracking.
obviously I've made a lot of speeches, talked on radio and TV for 40 years and doing different things, but that one was really tough on me.
I bet.
And I finished it at 3:00 in the morning of the day. And I had about 30 different, paragraphs here and here. And when I was trying to put them in some kind of order, I was getting bored with my own stuff. So
I'm bored with that myself.
I eliminated so much of stuff about me, and really it was more of a thank you to the fans. Thank you for the great teammates I had that allowed me to, have the success I had. But it meant an awful lot to me and my family, and I'm sure out there today it'll be emotional for me once again.
So take us behind the scenes as you guys are all together. All the red jackets, you guys are all hanging out.
Well,
it's got to be, you guys obviously you're all around quite a bit, but it's got to be a heck of a reunion feeling.
Well, when you think about it, I played with Teddy.
Yeah.
I played against Ozzie.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else I was part of their careers with the Cardinals as a broadcaster.
Yeah.
So, I knew some of them much more than I knew. I know those guys more than I knew the guys of today because I don't, follow it as closely. But, today's players are just tremendous athletes. And, Yachty's in the house, and so next year we're going to see Yachty and Albert. So I'm going to have a front row seat to watching that, and I can remember Yachty, the first game he played, he was in Pittsburgh, and what I remember about it, he got a hit or two, but somebody tried to run him over at the plate, and he showed that he's a man, and that was back when you could take out the catcher, and they weren't taking him out. Yeah. I can remember Albert's very first home run. It was in Phoenix. Armando Reynosa tried to knock him down with a pitch before, and the next one he took a high fastball and hit a line drive into left field. But two exceptional guys. But you look at the future now, and you say, which one of these guys are going to be future Hall of Famers?
Which one of these guys are going to have a red jacket?
That's really one of the questions in a transition like this, because the Cardinals have always had that. I've been here since 2006. I've never seen a team that didn't have that.
Well, I think they said this is the first time in history, or at least in 100 years, that it wasn't a all-star that was on the roster.
Yep.
It didn't have to be a St. Louis all-star. And so you've got a lot of young guys. They're all in this kind of growing up together. And we still have the jury's out on several of them.
Sure.
But I was down to spring training 3 different times, watched some of the games, but the impressions that I got, and I think it's pretty consistent, is that they're going to have trouble scoring runs, but the pitching staff is much, much improved, and the depth. We had no depth last year because 3 of the top prospects ended up getting hurt and having Tommy John. They've got a lot of prospects now, got much more firepower, and I think from the pitching standpoint, they'll be okay. They're capable of playing very good defense, and if you pitch well, have good defense, you can win those 1-run ball games.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to manufacture runs.
Al, speaking of catchers, you brought up Ted Simmons. He was my guy when I was growing up. I just loved Ted. And it always seemed to me, even back then, that he was painfully underrated.
Oh, definitely.
Whole career.
Absolutely.
Whole life. Not by me. I grew up in Detroit. I played on Ted Simmons Field when I was in high school.
Okay.
We knew who he was.
Yeah, Teddy was from Detroit area, but Ted was as good a pure hitter in the National League, and he was a switch hitter.
Yeah.
And you look at 1975, he hit 333, 332 right-handed, and 333 left-handed. Johnny Bench was the gold standard.
Yep.
Ted was a better hitter than Johnny Bench. Johnny was, all the Gold Gloves, and then the fact that he was playing on the Big Red Machine,
the
world
power,
champion, and he had power. But he was surrounded by 6 other Hall of Famers, and maybe had 7th.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got the utmost respect for Johnny Bench, but I've got equally, if not more, and it is more for Ted Simmons, because he was the kind of guy that motivated me. If I needed a kick in the rear, he knew how to do that. But he also, he was going to win the ball game for me with his bat.
Yeah. And what's amazing too is that's the time when you were the catcher. You're catching 140, 150 games and maintaining offense doing that, especially on the turf that you guys were on.
On the turf.
Man.
And I mean, I can remember, he cut more games than Yachty because he never got hurt. He got wore down, but he never came out of the lineup.
Yeah.
And there were times where, he was going for a batting championship, and there in September, and his arms were so tired, balls that he could have crushed, but his arms were tired, and he stayed in that lineup.
Yeah.
And, some people criticize his defense, but, to me, long overdue for him getting to Cooperstown.
Absolutely.
And it's really kind of interesting because the analytics, which really showed up and said, hey, this is a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
But we knew it. If you played with him or against him, you knew he was Cooperstown.
Yeah. Al, watching you growing up, I just loved you, and it's so crazy that you and I are friends now. But you were such a great athlete and such a great character. Does anyone currently, or maybe in the recent past, who you watch pitch, you go, I get that guy. Yeah, he's a little bit like me.
Well, some people were trying to the number 1 draft pick last year, Liam Doyle.
He had, in college, he had a little of it, not as much.
But I saw him in that futures game, and I said, I don't want that comparison because he didn't get anybody out.
He was all over the place.
But obviously that probably was really a very important part for him. It's part of the problem with Jordan Walker. You want to see a guy fail in the minor leagues and learn how to get out of it. If you never failed until you get to the major leagues, some guys don't recover. And, we're all pulling for Jordan Walker, but this is going to be a very pivotal year for him.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating thing because he works. Like every guy works. That's not it. But there are hurdles you have to get over. And, for him, swinging at better pitches is probably the first one. We can worry about mechanics and all that, but when you're swinging at pitches that you can't hit, it's not going to work out very well. If he changed, like we saw it the other day, Al, when he got the fastball up, what did he do with it? Hit the ball over the fence.
Well, the one thing that, one, it was not a very good pitch.
No, it was bad.
And
91 top of the zone.
Last year, I had dinner with Jordan in a group at last 3 years in spring training. He's one of the groups I'm, associated with. We've had him come to dinner. Remarkable young man, and a guy that's so easy to pull for. But you're going to have to start seeing these adjustments. You got to move on if you don't. And you got Baez and Velasquez is a guy that has shown that, he's got about 600 bats, and I think he's got 31 home runs and something like that over the course of 3 or 4 years. And, he led the team in home runs and RBIs in spring training. But I also understand, go down and play every day. You'd probably be in a platoon situation here.
Right now, yeah.
And you would have to lose, for Mean, or you'd use the last option for JC if you brought him up. Yeah. But, Baez is knocking on the door, too. He's got to play at AAA, but, it's
super impressive.
Very impressive.
Another guy that's got that Al Roboski confidence is JJ. He hasn't taken a swing yet, but you can feel it.
Well,
when you watch him, what do you see?
Well, the one thing that, everybody talks about how he's a baseball rat, and he's a sponge. He just wants to learn and wants to get better. And, he doesn't have the flash, but he does have the confidence, but not the cocky attitude.
Yeah.
So it's a very confident, and from everybody you talk to, this kid is going to be legitimate. But let's also let him get his feet wet.
Yeah. Rookie years can be tough even if you're good, right?
Yeah, and you can't make him the savior in year one. So you don't want to put some expectations on him so big that all of a sudden he has a great year, and yet it's a letdown because people are thinking he was going to, do something he's not capable of yet.
In that way, is it better for not better or worse, but is it a little easier for a kid in that situation to not be on a contender where you're not expected, hey, we need to produce, you need to produce, you need to produce. Now it's just, hey, go play, it'll come.
Yes and no. I mean, if he's the player that people tell us he is, he would fit in well with the contending team.
Yeah.
And he would, because the other guys would have the pressure and he could just be himself. But, that's the one thing these guys, I think 2 years ago when Arenado and Goldie stopped hitting, and then everybody else was a 1, 2, 3 year player, and they tried to do too much.
Yeah.
And it just snowballed on them.
Yeah.
So, you just ask him to stay within himself, just learn as much as you possibly can. And the only way you're going to learn is being in that batter's box and being on that mound. So they're going to have that opportunity. And then, you're going to make the determination. There's 2 or 3 guys that, unfortunately, we still don't know if they can play at this level.
Yep.
So Libby gets to start today. Love Libby. I'm very excited and impressed by his story as Dustin May.
Yeah. Let's talk about Libby for a second. I've always liked the idea of a young player coming up and being in the bullpen because you see what you can be successful at this level. You're also a manager can, before you get beat up, like if you're starting rotation, if it's not your day, you can get them out of there real quick too. And so he paid his dues and became a very effective reliever and was, getting more and more opportunities. But then last year they made the decision, the last week, really last day or two, to put him in the rotation. He had a really good first half, and then he kind of wore down a little bit. But he made all 31 starts, so he took the ball every 5th day, which was impressive. And the fact that he didn't have his innings built up, so you kind of experience that. Bob Gibson started in the bullpen, and it wasn't until Johnny Keane became the manager, who was a manager that he had in AAA, and Johnny Keane said, people said, "Oh, Bob's wild, this and that," and everything, and Johnny Keane said, "Yeah, but he's in my rotation every 4th day." And then we know what the great Bob Gibson did with that. So, and Leahy, kind of follows that same mode. He's got 7 pitches now. I don't understand all these things.
All these guys have like 5, 6, 7 pitches now.
They just change, a little bit.
Change your grip a little.
Yeah.
Get on top of it.
But, that's the way it is. But, he built up. He had, I think, 85 innings last year, the most in the National League of a reliever.
Yeah.
And so, to make the jump, he was a starter 3 years ago in the minor leagues. So you can't really say, can he go to 120, 130? So you got to expect, he's going to wear down a little bit at the end of the season. But he had a very good spring and promising. Palante has come up with a changeup now. That's going to really help him and everything. But, we heard all the time, the Cardinals want swing and miss.
Yeah.
Well, when you got contact pitchers, it's hard to be swing and miss.
That's right.
Yeah.
But Heim Bloom has done a great job of getting pitching depth and getting those power arms. And so there's a lot of depth, and there's young players, and there's a couple guys knocking on the door, that are being, one's. So, I mean, it's just a whole different pitching staff.
Yep.
And like I said, a lot of power pitching coming up. So you got that depth that we didn't have last year.
Very exciting opening day, the start of a new regime. I'll get in the jacket. Just enjoy the hell out of it, man.
Oh, I am. No speeches.
Have a great day.
And the most fun is I've told Jim Hayes twice, I'm not doing anything with you.
Thanks for your time,
Al, you're the best. Great to see you, man.
Thank you, buddy. All right, guys, we'll be back with Scott Terry at the top of the hour. Kevin Wheeler, Dave Glover from Cardinals Nation. Happy opening day.
Stewie is unique because he gives you his personal cell phone number, all his customers, but anyone who wants to learn more about how he can help. So put this number on your contacts list and don't be shy. Call Stewie on his cell phone if you got questions or you want to do some business. 314-324-4440. Won't have to wait on hold and wonder if you're ever going to get help because Stewie will get to you quickly. And the biggest difference you get with the Stewart's American Mortgage is you pay less because he's the only lender to offer the bagel loan. It's famous, the bagel loan, because it looks like a zero in the middle and you pay zero in fees that other dealers will charge you for. When you refinance, for example, it's a great time to do it. You pay no appraisal fees, no closing costs, no title fees, no broker fees, zero. And when you buy a home and take out a loan for $200,000 or more, you pay zero lender fees, and they'll close that loan at American Mortgage quick, 10 days, as opposed to 3 or 4 weeks at other places. So to find out more, just Google Bagel Loan or call Stewie directly at 314-324-4440.
Call
Calling all runners. Register now for the Cardinals 5K on Saturday, April 18th, and you can take a victory lap on the field at Busch Stadium. Don't miss this chance to bring the whole family for a fun St. Louis 5K race that brings fans together to support kids in the community. The Cardinals 5K, Saturday, April 18th. Register now at cardinals.com/5K. And for more information, just head to KMOX.com/events.
Don't miss Mosby Building Arts Home Improvement Shows Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on KMOX. One of the last call-in shows where you can get live answers to your remodeling, design, and construction questions. Tune in Saturdays at 11 a.m.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
If you live in Missouri, have Medicaid, and need a caregiver, this message is important. Care at home is personal. That's why you may not want a stranger in your home to take care of you. You want someone who already knows you and your daily routines. With Freedom Care, you choose a trusted family member, a friend, or a neighbor. They will get paid after every shift to care for you, and it's 100% free to you. More than 70,000 people have already joined the Freedom Care family. Call your local Freedom Care. They'll check your Medicaid eligibility. Don't wait until a stranger shows up at your door. If you have Medicaid and need help at home, this care is available 100% free to you. Call Freedom Care now to see if you qualify. 314-907-0892. 314-907-0892. That's 314-907-0892.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
When it comes to planning your retirement, there's a lot to think about. Portfolio management, tax planning, and retirement income just to get started. Steve All and his team at the All Financial Group focus on those things and more. Their goal is to help you achieve your goals. Call 636-230-8824 or online, yourmoneymattersstl.com.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Steve All, NPN number 153-07419.
Straight Realty has always been an industry leader when it comes to commissions. So it should come as no surprise that the recent Realtor settlement has only empowered us to continue offering our sellers even better rates. We now list homes for only 2%. Hi, I'm Christina Straight, owner of Straight Realty. Call me 314-441-4444. Why pay more than 2? You can also listen to my podcast on my website, straightrealty.com.
Commissions are not regulated and are negotiable. Straight Realty is a licensed broker in the state of Missouri.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Broadband, and by Rally House. Once again, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day.
I even go long on when we're at Cardinals Nation.
I mean, come on. When you have Al, you got to talk, right? I'm sure we'll do the same thing with Scott.
But Pajeski's mad at me now.
Whatever. He's my child. He'll be all right.
Tell the folks about Paul Skeens.
Yeah, so, it's opening day, obviously, full opening day. The Yankees won last night on opening night. But you have the Mets and the Pirates going at it right now. They're in New York. It's Freddie Peralta, so the Mets' new big acquisition.
Yes.
First inning, he gives up a 2-run homer.
Okay.
First 2 batters. Gives up a hit, a home run, first 2 batters. And then the bottom of the inning in New York, Paul Skeens does not make it out of the first inning on opening day.
That's crazy.
He does not make it out of the first inning on opening day. He only recorded 2 outs. He gave up 4 hits, 2 walks, 5 earned runs. Didn't give up any home runs, but he got knocked around pretty damn good. I think the big hit was like a bases-loaded double by Brett Beatty. But there you go. Paul Skeens, That's baseball, number one.
Yeah.
That's opening day, number two. And we saw it last night with Logan Webb of the Giants.
Yeah, he got kind of knocked around.
These are, and I wonder, if anybody's going to ask about that being a part of the WBC. Both of those guys were significant contributors for the United States team. I don't think we want to make that leap personally, but I know that that's going to be, I'll guarantee you right now, if I went on Twitter, that's a question.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you it's a topic.
Yeah.
Because, those two guys are pretty good, and they both got rocked in their first starts.
That's really something.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, wrap my mind around it. Knocked out in the first inning.
I always watch Paul Skeens, and I'm like, how does anybody ever hit anything?
Right.
He throws 100. He throws 6 different pitches, and he can throw them all for strikes.
Yeah.
And he's got like this hybrid pitch that's like a splitter and a sinker combined. He's got a big old breaking ball. It's just weird. It's weird that anybody can hit that, but that's why these guys get paid a lot of money too, right?
Totally agree. So Wheels and I are at Cardinals Nation. Plenty of time before the game. So if you come on down, find us over in the corner and say hello. We have former Cardinal Scott Terry coming up at the top of the hour. He's the best.
Oh, my God.
He's the best interview ever.
One of my favorite people.
Yeah.
I love Scott.
I
spent a lot of time around him at our building, our coaching. He's you're retired, but he was like pitching lessons. He's one of the best instructors I've ever seen. He's unbelievable.
Well, he'll have a lot to say about this starting lineup.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Scott Terry joins us. We are live at Cardinals Nation until 1:30, and then we'll turn it over to the Cardinals pregame opening day at 3:15. Happy opening day, everybody.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Wesley Financial.
Apple fans will have to wait a little longer for the company's new smart home display, which was initially scheduled for its debut this spring, but has been postponed until Apple's finished upgrading its Siri voice assistant in a partnership with Google. Bloomberg says the smart home display will likely launch in September with the iPhone 18 lineup. The smart home display is about the size of an iPad and can be attached to a wall or to a speaker base. I'm Jason Brooks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Swings, and it's a high fly ball. That's hit deep. It's a gunner! It's a gunner! And a game winner!
Start the season in style on Saturday, March 28th. The Cardinals welcome the Tampa Bay Rays for a spring showdown downtown. That day, you can score a lightweight Cardinals pullover, a navy blue look built for early season nights, and easy everyday wear. Comfortable, classic, and ready for cool evenings at the ballpark. It's a layer you'll reach for all season long. Get tickets and details at cardinals.com/promotions.
Hot matchup, colder drinks, only at Busch Stadium when the Cardinals host the Tampa Bay Rays on Sunday, March 29th. Fans will take home a stainless steel Cardinals tumbler presented by Coca-Cola and Quick Trip, designed to lock in the cold and show off your Cardinals pride. It's the perfect companion for 9 innings and beyond. A practical addition to any Cardinals collection that'll keep you cool all game long. Tickets are available at cardinals.com/promotions.
This is Nolan Gorman. Get your tickets now at cardinals.com.
The trusted voice of St. Louis. KMOX AM St. Louis, KMOX FM Hazelwood. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 1 o'clock in mid-America. We've got some wind out there. It's 87 degrees downtown at the Arch on this opening day. Cardinals President Bill DeWitt III talking with our Chris and Amy before the game today about the amount of young players on the 2026 roster.
We're going to win a World Series, right? May not happen this year, may not happen next year, but we're building to get to that point, and it might take a while, but we're taking the right steps to be able to get there. And I've said this before, which is when we get there to that promised land, which we've been there before, and it's so great, we will have gotten there not in spite of what we're dealing with now, but because of it.
We'll take you back to Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler at our celebration at Ballpark Village in just a few moments. The St. Louis Battlehawks kick off their season this Saturday. The man putting together the game plan to bring success to the league will be at the Dome.
My first game live as a UFL owner will be in St. Louis.
Mike Rapoli is known for co-founding Vitamin Water, Smart Water, and Body Armor. Total Information AM asked what he thinks about the Battlehawks fan base and brand.
It's the model. It's the model of what I'm trying to create.
He says if fans continue to fill seats at the Dome, the Battlehawks can stay there. He has moved some other teams in the league to smaller stadiums. And our top national story. President Trump says Iran is allowing some oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
President Trump says he taunted the media this week by saying Iran, as he put it, has given us a present. Today, the president revealed what he meant.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow.
Trump said he viewed this as a show of good faith.
Well, I guess we're dealing with the right people.
Earlier, Iran denied talks were underway, and the White House press secretary rejected reports that the U.S. had presented Iran with a 15-point peace plan. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
TSA workers are going without paychecks because of the ongoing partial government shutdown. Operation Food Search CEO Kristen Wild.
The fact that they are having to struggle to put food on the table for their kids is just really unacceptable.
President Trump is threatening to send the National Guard to airports. The International Olympic Committee is banning transgender women athletes from future games.
I understand that this is very sensitive topic.
IOC President Kirsty Coventry says each athlete will have to undergo a one-time gene screening test. Only biological female athletes will be allowed to compete.
The scientific evidence is very clear. Male chromosomes give performance advantages in sports that rely on strength, power, or endurance.
It's not clear if any transgender women are currently competing at an Olympic level. The new policy will be in effect for the Los Angeles Summer Games in 2028. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A 51-year-old woman died this morning after she was hit by a Metro bus in Clayton last night. It happened at the intersection of Forsyth and South Central. Clayton police say the woman was walking across South Central and in a crosswalk when she was hit. The crash is now being investigated by county police. From the business desk, mortgage rates have climbed to their highest level since last September. Wall Street expecting the Federal Reserve to maintain its pause on interest rates for the rest of 2026. The Dow from Stifel's down 417 points, about a percentage point to 46,012. We've got some road work right now on 55 going southbound before Broadway. That's got the right lane and shoulder closed. We've also got some road work on 270 going south at Manchester Road. That is in the left lane. Also some road work on 44 going west at I-270. That's got the left lane closed there. They've got some debris on 44 going west before Big Bend. Watch out for that in the middle lane.
We already know it. It is a hot summer-like afternoon for opening day. Sunny and hot and breezy. 92 degrees will break the record for the date. That's 87. The all-time March record is 92. Going to be close. Here comes cold front late tonight, primarily after midnight. Rain and a couple of thunderstorms. I think they're non-severe. Cooler and windy from the northwest. 44. Friday, an early shower, then partly sunny. A cool day Friday. Almost 40 degrees colder. 53 for the high, a light freeze with clear skies late Friday night as we go down to 33 degrees. The weekend, last weekend of March, sunny on Saturday, cool 59, sunny on Sunday, 65. From the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Dave Murray on 104.1 FM. KMOX.
We've got some wind right now. It is out of the south-southwest at 15, gusting up to 24 miles per hour, 87 degrees downtown at the Arch. Back to opening day. I'm Michael Calhoun, KMOX News.
It's opening day.
Live from Cardinals Nation Restaurant inside Ballpark Village, it's Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, I3 Broadband, and by Rally House. It's your city. It's your house. It's Rally House St. Louis. Now, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
On opening day. Dave Glover here with Kevin Wheeler. We're here until 1:30. Good crowd at Cardinals Nation. Really good crowd outside. Everyone's super excited for opening day. Scott Terry is here with us, friend of the show, my future fantasy camp manager.
Well, does he want you as a manager? You're more of like the overseer.
I run it. I'm the guy that coordinates it, that puts a schedule together.
Yeah.
The guys that you want to manage you would prefer them over me.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah, I tell them where to go and what to do, and then once they get there, then they get you.
Yeah.
Wheels. The very first time I met you, he's like, "You're gonna love Scott. He's the best. He can be a little salty." He's like, "Just."
I have a little bit of a reputation. Evidently, I earned it. But no, I mean, we've had Mike Matheny, David Eckstein, Jason Isring. I name names.
Yeah.
And you would also have an alumni play with you.
That's great.
Nice.
Last summer when we played at Field of Dreams, which is our next one there in Iowa, Jason Mott went into the corn 7 times.
Jeez.
And we told him that's because that was his perfect hitting speed.
It was BP speed.
Yeah, a little slower than the school zone and right down the middle, and you don't have to be real selective. Yeah. So
Scott, you're telling us that your very first opening day was as a player.
As a player.
That's crazy.
And it's crazy. It really is. And I loved it, and I loved every opening day, and I've loved every opening day since. I've only missed one, and I was on a trip to Australia that spring, which was great. So I didn't feel too bad that I missed it. But, opening day cannot be duplicated. And this location, St. Louis, cannot be duplicated. I was in Cincinnati my first opening day.
And they do it up big too, but not like this.
And they were the first professional baseball team and the first National League team, the Red Stockings. Mm-hmm. And they can't match this.
And when you were there, they were still the traditionally first game played every year.
And they were that year. That was actually my first opening day. My first opening day here was 88, but that was 1986. We had 5 rookies make that team. We had Paul O'Neill, Cal Daniels, Tracy Jones, Kurt Stillwell. Nope, not Kurt Stillwell. Rob Murphy and myself.
Nice. It's a good group.
Yeah. And 3 years later, that core won a World Series for the Reds, and I got traded over here, which is fine.
Yeah.
Because when I got traded here, I went right straight to the World Series. I didn't have to wait for it.
Well, I mean, we were talking earlier with Al, and obviously, a guy like J.J. Weatherholt doing this for the first time today in the bullpen, Matt Pichard. So when you're that guy, when you're the new guy, you've never played with an upper deck or a third deck or anything like that, what is it like being out there?
I got here really early. I could have had breakfast. And earlier than anybody else. I just wanted to be there for the whole thing, take it all in. I got dressed early. I went out early, just watch people come in. I mean, you want to sit back and soak it all in. And, of course, the other guys you can see that are veterans to this, but they still value it.
Oh, yeah.
Every day in the big leagues is a value. Every day you get to come in and put that uniform on. And that's what these young guys need to appreciate and understand. J.J. Weatherholt should remember this for the rest of his life. Regardless of what the rest of his career looks like, this was my first day in the big leagues. And when it's an opening day, it makes
You're batting leadoff.
Oh, man, yeah. So, I mean, just take it all in, understand what it is. Don't be all cool and nonchalant. Sit back in your locker, thinking I'm getting mentally prepared. Hell no. Get out there and get fired up. Get out there and see what it's all about, because it only happens once. You're first.
Yeah.
And it's awesome.
Scott, I'm curious, modern day baseball, and Wheels talks about that all the time on Rush Hour. I listen to he and Matt talk about it. You hear about the pros. Oh, he's a pro's pro. He goes about his business. He knows how to do it. He's a great example to the younger guys. My feeling is that in your day, it was a little less structured, maybe a little more fun.
You were responsible.
It's on you, yeah.
You didn't get babysat. You didn't say, okay, there's a meeting at 3:00. Okay, the pregame meal is at this time. Okay, your weight workout is at this time. Your video time is this time. Because we didn't eat. We didn't have a weight room. We didn't have a video room.
Right.
We didn't have nothing. We just came to the ballpark and we got ready, and it was up to you to know when. Whitey, be on time, give 100%.
Yeah.
2 rules.
Yeah.
So you knew what time you had to be at the ballpark. As an example, for me as a reliever, I came in at home was the only time the pitchers took BP. Of course, they don't do that anymore. So the relievers would hit first, and then after the relievers would hit, then we would shag for the remainder. Your starting pitcher would hit with the extra men. So it was always set up differently from a schedule standpoint, but you were responsible for your own schedule. You didn't have somebody come up and tap you on your shoulder and say, here's what you need to do and here's what you're doing, and this is where
meetings in 2 minutes, yeah.
Exactly. You just came in, you took responsibility. A guy like me, I would be a professional's professional because I was prepared every day. And I would do extra above and beyond the preparation, and I would do a little bit more with the fans. I would go out early. And even if they didn't want my autograph, they would say, hey, could you get Ozzy's autograph for me? That's okay. That's okay. I was going to do it all. I was going to take it all in. I was going to be as accessible as I could be. And I was that way with other players. And the veterans, you had to go to them. They're not going to come over and sit beside you unless you've done something wrong.
Take the initiative.
Yeah. If you haven't done your job or something and it affected us in a way, and I say us as a team, then they would come sit by you and let you know.
Who did that to you?
Nobody, because I didn't get out of line. Okay? Praise God, Dave.
Good man.
I did not get out of line, but I can tell you I went and sat by plenty of people. I can tell you we had a certain outfielder back in the day that was a number 1 pick that made a catch like this and broke his wrist on it, and caught it like that. And when he came off the field at the top step of the dugout, we had 2 veterans said, if you ever drop that, don't come back to this dugout. And that was just making a catch.
Yeah.
We had another veteran that was sitting on the bench the next day, and he was kind of down. He didn't have a good day the day before. And Ozzy sat down with him, and he asked him, he said, well, I did the best I could. And he said, we don't need you to do the best you can. We need you to be successful. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you found out, and the tone was set because you're playing with my money.
Yeah.
All 25 of you are playing with my money. It's not just Ozzy. And when your best player is your hardest worker and sets the example in reference to that, then that changes everything. So it's a different lay of the land. The athletes are different. Where we came from is not where these guys come from.
That's right.
What these guys hear is not what we were told. We weren't entitled. We earned it. And I'm not saying they don't.
Right. Just different structure.
Just understand this is me talking about the day.
Yeah.
And this is not a negative thing towards anybody. This is just saying, yes, things have changed tremendously.
Mm-hmm. I'm so glad I asked that question.
I didn't know what a spin ratio was. I didn't know what velo was or exit velo or any of that.
You probably judged it by how the hitters reacted to what you're throwing.
I went over and sat by Bob Force and said, how do you pitch this guy?
Uh-huh.
I went and sat by our hitting instructor, Johnny Lewis, at that time. And I said, Johnny, if you walked to the plate and I was pitching, what would you do?
Good questions.
I turned around and looked at Ozzy after I reached for a ball and it tipped my glove and was a base hit. And he came up to me and he put the ball in my glove and he said, if you'll let that go, I'll get that for you. Okay. Okay. You just learned as you went, but you also, it was nothing but respect from day one. And the people that didn't respect or came in a little different than others, it didn't take long to get them in position to where they needed to understand this is who we are, this is what we do, this is how we do it. So the Cardinal way, I was right in the middle of it. I wasn't raised with it because I came up in Cincinnati.
Right.
But, boy, it didn't take me long to find out what it was.
Right.
And it wasn't a bad thing and it wasn't a harsh thing. It was just you understood. And you played and you watched and you learned and you kept your mouth shut most of the time. And then after a few years, then you got to have a little bit of fun, so it was great.
So, Scott, everyone's excited about JJ. Everyone's curious about Jordan. Who are you excited about on the pitching staff?
Oh, that's a great question because there's so many names I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, there are a lot of new ones.
There's a lot of guys.
You should be excited about that big ginger, man.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The guy I'm most intrigued by is the guy that has been through hell to get here.
That's right, Dustin May.
And got here once and had to go back and start all over and almost died.
He did.
I mean, just think about that. And when you think about the game of baseball and how minuscule it is compared to death, but this guy, I'm really I want to see what Dustin does. I'm very interested in him and very intrigued by him.
Yeah.
And then anybody that it's their first year, anybody. I like Swanson.
Good, isn't he?
Because he pitches the way I pitched, plus 8 to 10 mile an hour, give or take. Yeah. I left
Scott Terry at 98.
I left a stain in my shorts throwing 89. I just want to tell you that was, and I was pushing it up there. I got to tell you. You know, there's a reason why these little 5'10" guys have to work so hard to get. So yeah, I mean, I always told everybody I'm a better pitcher than Nolan Ryan. They would look at me and laugh and say, "Yeah, right." And I said, "Anybody can pitch with 96. You ought to go out there and pitch with my stuff." But I'm very excited about him.
Yeah,
I think he's got great stuff. I'm always interested, and I don't always understand, but. I'm not trying to create any controversy or nothing, but pitching is so much different.
Oh, man.
I held the ball. At the end of the day, Dave, that W&L is going to be beside my name, and I'm going to get paid accordingly. And that catcher is making a suggestion. You know, it's like Bob Gibson told Tim McCarver, "Why are you out here? You don't know how to pitch. Go back behind home plate." So
wait for me to say yes.
Yeah. So I knew, and we had game plans. It was, but it wasn't as everything is just to the.
Oh, it's very scripted out.
Detail and scripted, and you don't see guys. You know, you don't see anybody shake and all that. So the one guy in the past that I watched a lot 2 or 3 years ago was Dakota Hudson.
Yeah.
I was disappointed for him. Because I saw him one night throw 5 pitches and he hadn't thrown his sinker yet. And his sinker was his best pitch.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, what are we doing? And so I've just come to understand that it's not going to make sense to me because things are different.
Yeah.
Don't make it right or wrong. It's just different.
Very much scripted in a lot of ways. So like when you look at bullpen usage, you know, in the day, it would be I have my 6th inning guys, my middles. I have my 7th inning guy, my 8th inning guy, my 9th inning. Now it's just slots in the lineup.
Yeah.
So like, okay, well, the spot here, 6, 7, and 8, that's probably you in the 6th inning. Be ready.
Yeah.
It's like it's just way more about specific matchups and not about what time of the game or anything like that.
We had a 4-man bullpen at most 5.
I mean, that's so
Think
much.
about that.
Yeah.
There was one year I had 85 appearances. And pitched over 100 innings out of the bullpen, which won't happen this year.
No.
Or never, may not ever happen again.
I mean, Leahy was like 80 last year, and he was the most.
There you go.
Yeah.
But we had 2 guys that had a role in our bullpen, and that was the setup guy and the closer.
Yeah.
The other 3 or the other 2, all hands on deck.
But your starters were going 7 at least.
And we had some good starters.
Yeah. That's the big. That's a big change.
And that, I mean, when you can roll out the guys that we rolled out, Danny Cox, John Tudor, Bob Force, Joe McGrain, Greg Matthews, I mean, whoever, Bryn
it's
Smith.
1,000 innings for 5 guys.
Yeah, Jose De Leon, whoever it is. And that's why Atlanta won 13 divisions in a row. Because they had a 5-man rotation that gave them every year.
Yeah.
Gave them at least 1,000, if not 1,500 innings a year.
Oh, I bet it was 750 alone for Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz.
Yeah.
Not even counting Steve Avery or Kevin Millwood or whoever came in along after that.
Yeah. My last pitch I threw in September of 91. I was in 18 of the last 23 games that we played. And basically you came to the ballpark. If you pitch 3 innings, they're going to say you're off today.
Right.
But not if you have a reputation.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you good for a hitter? You good for an inning?
And of course, the answer was yes.
Sure. I didn't say no, which is why I had 3 shoulder surgeries.
Right.
But that's okay.
We're running out of time quickly, but I've wanted to ask this question of a pro pitcher. When you hear like 5 days, laymen think, hell, if I rest for 5 days, I can do anything. What is it about your body if you pitch with too little rest? Where do you feel it? Is it an overall? Is it an arm thing?
It's mostly arm. The rest of the body you can condition to take a beating. I'm I'm going down a hill sideways on one leg.
That's right. Yeah.
That back leg is pushing, and that front leg is resisting, and everything else is turning against them. But they don't hurt.
No.
Because they're conditioned.
Yeah.
The upper body rotation, it's this guy.
Yeah.
This is a lever. And it's following along, and pretty soon it's going to get whipped through with all that other inertia and all that other stuff, bringing it through. And that's what's going to break down. And that's what needs the time off and the rest.
So glad I asked.
Yep, great answer.
Scott, you're the best. Thank you, pal.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for having
Good to
me
see you,
on.
buddy.
Yeah, you guys call me anytime. We'll do it.
All right.
man.
We're going to get you in a fantasy camp.
Oh, my God.
And I'm going to have fun with it.
Yes, you will.
You need to come, too.
Hey, I did it once. I'll go anytime, man.
I remember.
I caught every inning.
I remember when you did
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's
It's great.
That was in Jupiter.
It's a special thing, Dave, when you get S-tucked by Ozzy and Lou got me a couple times. You didn't even have to. Everybody else got me.
Yeah. Well, people were scared of me. So. I don't know why.
You're the best.
Quiet guy.
You're all right, guys. We're going to take a
Thanks,
quick
buddy.
break. We're coming back.
Happy
for
opening day.
One more segment. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler coming to you live from Cardinals Nation. Happy opening day.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, KMOX weather from the Saliga Heating and Cooling Weather Desk.
All right, not really difficult to give you a forecast today. It's hot. It's already 89 degrees, feels like 93. The temperature is going to get up to 94 today, but it's opening day. We're all good with it. We just have to deal with it. It's going to get a little colder tonight. I don't have all the details beyond that, but when you're coming out to the ballpark or coming downtown, be prepared for the heat. It's going to be a hot one.
So Mosby Building Arts has done me a solid, and they have given me a number of customer reviews. And I've always, in my 25 years of doing radio, doing live endorsements, I've always said to the clients, I can do a good job for you and let people know what you do and that you're good at it, but no one can do it like you, and no one can do it like your listeners or your customers. And that's why we have clients on the show sometimes. Here's today's review from a Mosby customer. All the carpenters, project managers, and designers were excellent to work with, very polite and respectful of the property. We appreciated that it was all in one from design to completion, and that we didn't have to general manage the project ourselves. That's something that a lot of people complain about with other remodeling companies, that they have to manage all the different craftsmen, and we do that for you. Go to callmosby.com to discover more of Mosby's 5-star full-service offerings.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want to build income without a second job? Learn how real estate investing can help you create extra income one step at a time with Lifestyles Unlimited. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Hi, this is Charlie Brennan. I see clearly now thanks to the doctors, Greg Birdie, Ranjan Malhotra, Robert Brusati, and Andy Royer. You can too. YourEyeDoc.com.
Now back to Kegs and Eggs, presented by Budweiser. Also sponsored by St. Louis Composting, Dirt Cheap, i3 Prop Band, and by Rally House. Once again, Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler on the voice of the Cardinals, KMOX.
Welcome back to Cardinals Nation on opening day. Dave Glover and Kevin Wheeler with you. Kev, this has been one of my favorite broadcasts I've ever done. No kidding. Al was great on the day he gets his red jacket.
Yeah.
Scott's the absolute best. And I'm so glad I asked Scott that question about the difference between pro players today and pro players in his day. What an amazing information-filled answer he gave us.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is why when like Matt and I, or Matt and Tom and I and Raj, we're all talking ball, Bernie, we try to make that point because it's maybe not as visibly obvious to fans how much it's changed.
Yeah.
But we all grew up with, Scott Terry. We all grew up with Ozzie and Whitey, and your memory is what you saw there. And when you look on the field, it's similar. You all playing, you got a shortstop, a second baseman, a catcher. Like, it looks the same, but the whole inside of it's different. Everything's different. And, when I played college ball, it was the early 90s. That was right when it started to change, right? We started to get, before that, it's like, don't lift weights. Baseball players shouldn't lift weights. It'll tie you up. You won't be any good.
Be too tight.
And in the early 90s, it started to change. And in a bad way, it went to steroids there for a while. But the point is that this game has been constantly innovating, and it's just like the rest of the world, right? As computing power and technology advance, everything advances. So when you're talking to Scott, Scott's one of the best pitching instructors I've ever known. And he didn't have a lot of the tools that we can now see how the ball's moving.
He didn't know what spin ratio was.
Right. I mean, it's not because you don't understand. It had to be more intuitive, which also meant it would be more often wrong, not by him necessarily, but like by teams or their choices and things like that.
Think about the guys in the 30s and the 40s.
Way different than the 80s.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Those guys were probably showing up drunk, hungover. Babe Ruth's eating a hot dog in the dugout with a beer. It was a lot more casual even then than it was in the 70s and 80s. I guarantee you, guys that were the old timers in the 70s and 80s looked at it like, these guys are buttoned up, man.
Yeah.
God, why are they so serious?
Shane Gillis has a great bit about old baseball, and he's like, starting pitcher, Swampy Waters, a 47-year-old alcoholic. People say he's the fastest man on earth.
Yeah, it's pretty great, man. It's a different. Listening to Scott talk about the difference in pitcher usage. You asked that question yesterday about why are there so few 300 hitters?
Yeah.
Well, think about it. All those guys that saw the Cardinals in 1987, 1988, when Scott Terry, that range he's talking about, they would have seen Scott, 5 or 6 times a piece.
Yeah.
You'd only see 4 guys in the bullpen, and you'd see their 5 starters. So you got a better feel for everything. You knew they were more tired because they were working more, and it took longer to get back to your peak, where guys now stay at their peak more, in part because of how they're managed, right? We're doing less work, but also because the conditioning is different. It's more specific to that. Scott talked about that movement, right? Everything's rotational, and your arm bears all that weight. When you see all these guys doing various exercises and weighted ball things, it's all because of that.
Yeah.
It's to compensate for that and try to train around it so you can reduce the number of injuries.
1 minute left in our broadcast. Kevin, it's all yours. Give me just your thoughts on the season on opening day here.
Yeah, I think the main thing is enjoy baseball first, right? The standings are a part of baseball. They are not what it is to be a fan. If your fandom is based on the standings, then you're taking your control out of the enjoyment of the thing you like, because now it's all about whether you get the win or the loss. This year needs to be more about enjoying the players, what you're seeing, because look, there's work to do. This team is going to be better down the road, but it's a different mindset for Cardinals fans. But get back to being where it's about the game, less about the result, and you'll enjoy it more. And then when the result comes back, you can be back to that way.
Yeah.
But there's no point beating your head against the wall. This team will be fun even if it's not going to be a playoff team.
And I think it's exciting that we're all of us fans are in on the ground floor of something.
Yes.
This is brand new.
There is something special about that, and everyone in St. Louis knows it and experienced it with the Blues. When TJ Oshie and David Backus and David Perron and Patrick, when those guys, when the kids were coming up, and it was like, come grow with us, and people did.
Yeah.
And it made it that much sweeter when they got good.
All right, guys, we're going to get out of here and turn it over to the pregame. Have a great opening day. Go Cards.
It is time for the Lang Insurance